A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing...
It's 12:30. Good afternoon. At this time, the March 2026 meeting of the CSU Board of Trustees is called to order. Ms. Corral, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Adamson.
Present.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar.
Here.
Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Fajardo.
Present.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Ghilarducci. Trustee Gilbert-Lori. Trustee Guajardo.
Here.
Lieutenant Governor Kunalakis. Trustee Lopez.
Here.
Trustee McGrory.
Here.
Trustee Nejabat, Governor Newsom, Speaker Rivas, Trustee Rodriguez,
Here.
Trustee Steinhauser,
Here.
Superintendent Thurmond, Trustee Melikar.
Here.
Chair Clark, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Before we begin today's business, I want to turn it over to Chancellor Garcia for some important opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Clark. As most of you know, last Friday, March 6th, the California State University filed a lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Education's Office for Civil Rights, or OCR. I will briefly review the circumstances of this case. In February 2025, OCR initiated an investigation of San Jose. On January 28th of this year, OCR issued a letter of findings concluding that the campus had violated Title IX by allowing a transgender student athlete to compete on the women's volleyball team during the 2023, and 2024 seasons. OCR also issued a proposed resolution agreement, which, were we to sign it, would require the CSU and San Jose State to agree that we violated Title IX and take various unacceptable and unnecessary corrective actions implying wrongdoing. OCR also indicated that it may seek to terminate federal funding if we did not accept the terms of the proposed agreement. Our lawsuit challenges OCR's findings and seeks to prevent the withholding of federal funds. The facts of the matter are clear and firmly established that the CSU and San Jose State were in full compliance with both Title IX and applicable NCAA regulations during the time in question. OCR's position is based on an executive order issued by the Trump administration in February 2025, stating the administration's position regarding participation in women's collegiate sports. However, first, an executive order does not, by itself, change statutory or legal precedent. Second, the executive order was issued after the time in question and cannot be applied retroactively. Actions taken before 2025 must be evaluated under the law and guidance that was in place at that time. Again, the CSU and San Jose State acted in full compliance with that law and guidance. We cannot and we must not be punished for doing so. Because the underlying issues in this case are so complex, intensely debated, and emotionally charged, I want to state the following in the strongest and most unequivocal terms. The CSU always has been steadfastly committed to maintaining a welcoming and non-discriminatory environment for all students, employees, and campus guests. In strict accordance with our mission and our values, the CSU does not and will never discriminate against or give preference to any individual or group based on gender, gender identity, race, ethnicity, nationality, shared ancestry, religion, disability, or any other protected status. I can never say this enough. We are a welcoming institution, an inclusive institution. Inclusive excellence is perhaps our most fundamental and treasured core value. It is in our DNA. As your chancellor, I assure you that that will never change. Chair Clark, I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Chancellor, for your leadership and transparency in this matter. Thanks also to the Office of General Counsel for your outstanding work in this regard, and to our strategic communications team for clearly and proactively communicating the CSU's position in a timely manner. Now, shifting gears, it's my pleasure to introduce the next in our series of University Highlight videos. This one comes from Sacramento State and spotlights the leadership of Arana Kaur, an international student and combat sports athlete who has made history as the university's first international student body president. From India to Sacramento State, her journey has been shaped by her curiosity and her drive to build community. Would you please roll the video?
So as an international student, the biggest challenge for me was being away from family and navigating everything on my own. Growing up in India, I would say I was a kid who was always the jack of all trades and also winning at all those trades. So after I completed my education in India, we were looking at what should I do next? Should I study in India? Should I look at other countries? That's where I started reaching out to Sac State and found that we had a new president, Dr. Wood. So I searched him up on Instagram and I DM'd him.
And it was a direct message on Instagram where she had seen videos of me boxing, because I've done some amateur boxing on my page. And she wrote me and she says, hey, I got accepted to Sacramento State. I do mixed martial arts.
I remember in spring 2024 in the beginning was the press conference and we announced Combat U. Let's go, singers up.
So Erin is one of the 2 student co-founders of Combat U. And really, she was the precipice for the entire concept of Combat U. I immediately saw that she was a natural leader.
To the best of my ability.
To the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
She ran for student body president and became the first international student to ever be a student body president at Sacramento State.
So that's my mom from India. That's my aunt from India. Being in these roles, being in these spaces and having mentors who were there to guide me all along really inspired me to elevate my work and bring it to ASI.
Combat U, in collaboration with ASI, is soon going to announce free self-defense classes for each and every Harvard.
And one of the major things was the Empower with Power self-defense classes, because I believe everyone needs to know how to be self-equipped to be able to defend themselves. All the dreams that I have had the resources and the mentorship to bring them to life, be it in my combat sports or business or any idea that I want to explore. I know that there are people I can go to and there's resources that are there to support me along the way.
What it's like to mentor someone like Erin is to mentor someone who has the ability to go even further than they realize. She has an amazing capacity with her interpersonal skills, with her academic skills, obviously with her martial arts skills. But I honestly believe that she can accomplish anything that she sets her mind to, because I've seen her do it time and time again.
I just felt like there were people I could talk to, I could just share my story with, and it mattered. So I found my community, and in no time, I found my home away from home.
Thank you for that inspiring video. You make us all proud. And with that, we'll now proceed to public comment. In our ongoing effort to provide accessibility and flexibility for the public, we invite all public comment for committees and plenary. Now, at the start of today's open session, the board welcomes public comment and appreciates all speakers who have taken the time to attend, both in person and virtually. And I want to emphasize that the board's role during these sessions is to carefully listen and consider each and every comment. It's not to respond to or engage with members of the public, so I ask that you not interpret our silence as a lack of attention. To the contrary, as chair of this board, I can assure you that not only are you heard, your perspectives and insights inform our work both inside and outside this room. In the spirit of fairness to all who wish to speak, and to allow the communities and the board to hear from as many speakers as possible within the time available, each speaker will have 1 minute for their comments. Please note there's no ceding, pooling, or yielding time to other speakers, and that won't be permitted. I will also ask that all speakers keep the remarks concise. And while the CSU upholds constitutional protections and views free expression and open discourse as essential hallmarks of higher education, we ask that all attendees conduct themselves in a respectful manner, in a way that does not disrupt nor infringe upon the free speech or safety of others, and that allows for the orderly conduct of this meeting. As a reminder, in addition to participating in the public comment sessions, Any member of the public may also submit written remarks to be shared with the full board via email at trusteesoffice@calstate.edu. CSU stakeholders may also share their feedback with other statewide bodies, the Cal State Student Association, the Statewide Academic Senate, and Alumni Council, which provide standing reports at every board meeting. With that, I'll now turn it over to Ms. Corral to call the speakers who requested to provide public comment. Ms. Corral.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Good afternoon, everyone. If you are in person to provide public comment, please step up to the microphones on either side of the auditorium when you hear your name. If you're on Zoom, once you hear your name, please accept the unmute request to begin your comments. Please remember that each speaker will have 1 minute to share their comments. If in person, a red light will show at the podium when one minute has passed. If virtual, a timer will be present on your screen. A reminder will be given at the 1 minute mark to please conclude your remarks before we proceed to the next speaker to allow for as many people as possible to provide their comments. Our first speakers will be Marcy Strange, Mario Beza, and Allison Foote.
Men posing as furries to females don't belong in women's sports or spaces at any university. You know it leads to more assaults and investigations. Drop the CSU San Jose's lawsuit and keep mentally ill, gender dysphoric males from harming women. As chair of Taxpayers Oversight for Parents and Students and a lesbian, please stop violating women's rights through Title IX. Otherwise, personal liability may follow under this current administration. Have a nice day.
You too.
Good afternoon. My name is Mario Baeza. I represent Unit 4 employees. The CSU often says it is the employer or wants to be the employer of choice, but the data suggests we still have a lot of work to do. This fiscal year, 5 CSU campuses, Long Beach, San Marcos, Bakersfield, Los Angeles, and Sonoma, hired 100% of their new Unit 4 employees as temporary. 5 campuses, 100% temporary hires. Unit 4 professionals do not perform temporary work. We are the advisors, financial aid staff, EOP counselors, and basic needs professionals who guide students through some of the most important moments of their educational journey. When these positions are filled temporarily, it creates instability in the very services students rely on the most. Perhaps you're not aware of this hiring pattern, and I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. I hope you have read or received my full report. But as trustees, you oversee the presidents who make hiring decisions, and I encourage you to ask why some campuses are relying entirely on temporary appointments. I'd like to recognize Chico, Northridge, Fresno, and my home campus, San Bernardino, hired 0 temporary employees during this same period.
Please conclude your comment.
They show that investing in permanent staff can be done. I hope you'll take a closer look. We want the best outcome for our students. We must invest in professionals and support them every day. If you want to be the employer of choice, our hiring practices must reflect that commitment. Thank you.
So before the next speaker, I just want to remind, it's 1 minute. I appreciate the comments, but please state the timeline.
I'm Allison Foote, Treasurer for the Independent Council on Women's Sports. San Jose State's refusal to follow the OCR's resolution agreement and hold itself accountable to the women whose volleyball season was destroyed and consent was compromised is an embarrassment to the entire CSU system. The school, among other things, gave a man a full women's volleyball scholarship, concealed his sex from players and parents, put him in women's locker rooms and hotel rooms on road trips, and prompted 5 women's teams to forfeit. Yet CSU is actually suing the federal government, offering nothing but its full support to the male athlete. This is CSU-sanctioned sexual abuse of the women you are obligated to protect. Your internally inconsistent Title IX and DHR guidelines that prioritize gender identity over sex have created the hostile environment unfolding before you now, but most importantly, for the 260,000 women enrolled on your campuses. The adults in this room have failed all of them. Apparently, CSU is where safety and respect belong to everyone except women.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Barbara Walker, Mary Davis, and Meg Madden. Barbara, please accept the unmute request. Mary Davis, please go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Can I try again?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm here as a former student of San Jose State, and I'm so disappointed that Cal State is no longer welcome to women. I'm here to support Title IX and state a basic truth that many people are afraid to say: males cannot become females. Everyone understands this in sports. Even Serena Williams has said that men's and women's tennis are essentially different sports because of the physical differences between men and women. Yet in California, a male athlete, A.B. Hernandez, is competing in girls' high school track and field and is now ranked number 2 in the nation in triple jump and number 10 in the nation in high jump. Out of more than 500,000 girls in high school track, one of the very few transgender athletes in the country is already ranked among the top competitors in 2 fields. This is not equality. This is displacement. If we cannot protect the integrity of girls' sports, then Title IX has lost its meaning. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Mary, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Okay, I thought I did. Nothing's on my screen. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, yes, Mary Davis. And this is the time to stand firm for the original promise of Title IX: equal opportunity, fairness, and safety for women and girls. The law was never meant to blur protections. It was meant to guarantee them. That vision must not be watered down. It should not be lost on you that we have celebrated this month, Women's History Month, as well as International Women's Day, and we honor a new generation of women who refuse to be bumped from podiums or be made to share beds with male teammates. The CSU system has a chance to show real leadership by defending what Title IX truly stands for. Equality is not achieved by erasing the boundaries that protect women. It's achieved by upholding them with clarity and conviction. Protecting women's rights is not exclusionary. It is justice, and it is the very reason that Title IX exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg Madden, please go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
CSU is suing the federal government rather than retain federal funding by complying with Title IX as passed in 1972 and protecting women's sex-based rights. California adopted a definition of sex that includes gender identity, but the federal government has not, and that is why CSU will lose. California's government can't change reality by redefining what words mean. It may force people to comply with lies, but like all totalitarian mind control dictates, this will fail. Title IX was passed to prevent one sex being discriminated against in favor of the opposite sex. We cannot protect women's rights if our laws pretend that sex means gender identity. The fact that sex is binary and immutable and gender identity imaginary is not going to change. Stop risking CSU's federal funding in a hopeless quest to litigate away reality, all to cheat and harm women. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Beverly Talbot, Sonia Shaw, and Samuel Esquivel. Beverly, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I strongly oppose this board's refusal to accept OCR's Title IX findings. Before and after Trump's executive order, Title IX always banned discrimination based on sex, not gender identity. This means a man who says he's female can still play with men. San Jose State recruited a man for women's volleyball, gave him a scholarship that should have gone to a woman, and displaced women from playing time. Women had to share hotel rooms with him. They reported feeling unsafe from his aggressive spikes. They were ignored, called bigots. It's no wonder 8 of 19 players entered the transfer portal 2 years in a row. The proposed resolution is reasonable. Separate teams and facilities by sex, update related policies, restore records. Instead, San Jose State will risk $200 million in federal funding, all so that men can invade women's spaces. This is madness.
Samuel, go ahead and accept the unmute request. Our next speakers will be Ernesto Torres and Carlos Sanchez.
My name is Ernesto Torres, Vice President of Teamsters 2010, Skill Trades Director and Project Supervisor at CSUSB. Chancellor Garcia, on February 17, 2026, at the Assembly Budget Subcommittee, you stated you were working with the Teamsters Union, yet at the same day, 1,100 skilled trades workers went on strike. How were you working with us? I serve on the bargaining team and received no communication about the efforts to stop the strike and bring us back to the table. You told Mike Fong, with the governor's proposal as it stands, you could return to the table and complete the compact used to guide raises for faculty and staff. So what are we waiting for? Why were executive raises prioritized with a special governor's proposal before faculty and staff, and not one-time payments? CSU, let's be honest. Keep your promise. Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Sanchez. I work at San Diego State University. I'm a lead locksmith there. I've been there for 32 years. And I'm here once again to ask, do you keep your promises? One of the days of the strikes that we had, a 4-day strike, it was very disturbing to see one of my coworkers get hit by a vehicle. I thought for a while, is it really worth it to be out here risking my life for 3%? But I want you to know that it is. For you, it might not be a lot, but for my income, it means a lot for me to continue to provide for my family. And I'm sure my team members here, my union members here feel the same way. If you think it's going to make us go away, we're not. It just fired us to continue to do what we're doing. And we're going to stand up for what's right. Can you please tell, Ms. Garcia, can you please tell your staff to stop lying to the media? The whole committee's here. Our bargaining team is here. We're ready to meet. But every time we met, either at the mediation or fact-finding, it's always no. There's no ongoing budget. We're not here to negotiate. We want you to honor the contract and honor what we already negotiated 3 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Chris Rooney, Melissa Rainitz, and Mimi McMahon.
Hello, my name is Christopher Rooney. I'm a 35-year employee at Cal State University Northridge. I'm a member of the Teamsters bargaining team. And I just wanted to come here to tell the CSU to keep their promise. I actually picked the bad meeting because I came here to address the individual presidents who are conveniently not here. But I'm going to speak my piece anyways. I thought the presidents should be our biggest advocates to the board. We run their campuses. We teach their kids. Everything that we do makes them look good. And I believed they were until they took raises, our raises that you denied us, and they took them. So I'm challenging all of the presidents. Let them know. I want them to give back their raises and not take a raise until we get ours. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Amanda Kovatana and Carl Kalaukalani.
Hello, my name is Amanda Kovatana. I'm a longtime lesbian activist and graduate of San Jose State, which is now in violation of Title IX, as I witnessed at 2 home games of the volleyball team. I urge the university to stop violating Title IX and stop the lawsuit. Men identifying as women are in violation of sex-based rights and will not win based on claims of gender identity. The violation of the female sex category has already had a detrimental impact on the lives of women and girls. It has compromised lesbian public spaces and the integrity of our lesbian identity. Lesbians do not have penises. This is not an LGBTQ civil rights issue. It is a male privilege issue at the expense of women and girls. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Elizabeth Kenny and Ray Anderson. Go ahead when you're ready, Elizabeth.
Hi, my name's Elizabeth Kenny. My father is a Navy veteran. He chose San Jose State after his service. And as the daughter of a San Jose State graduate, I care about this university's reputation, which has been tarnished. The U.S. Department of Ed has now formally found that San Jose State violated Title IX by allowing a man to compete on the women's volleyball team. And by failing to protect female athletes who spoke out, women lost playing times, records, and safety and privacy. Some teams forfeited rather than compete. This board must act immediately, accept the federal resolution agreement, adopt biology-based definitions of male and female, separate sports and intimate facilities by sex, restore the stolen records, and publicly apologize to the women who were harmed. Title IX is not optional. The women at San Jose State University deserve fairness, safety, equality, and the full protection of the law. Now, their civil rights must be protected.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. Thank you for providing this opportunity. My name is Ray Anderson. I do not support the use of my state tax dollars by the CSU Board of Trustees or San Jose State University in the recent lawsuit. I urge both institutions to adopt the biology-based definitions of male and female that were in place when Title IX was originally enacted. The Title IX law states, no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Male and female sex does not change during a lifespan. Gender expression is not sex. Each man that San Jose State University allows on a women's team displaces a woman and denies equal opportunity to her.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Steve Phillips, Debbie Elia, and Lisa Kawamura.
Hello. For Teamsters Local 2010. I'm not sure if you even pay attention to what we say here each time, but we pay attention to what you say. While we were kicking off our statewide strike, Chancellor, you were taking questions from the Budget Subcommittee. You claim to fully respect the unions who make the CSU system operate, but as we continue to trudge our way through negotiations, your lackeys have provided nothing but calculated, cynical stonewalling with their inability to reach across the table. The members here were quick to reward themselves with raises to compete in the job market, yet staff and faculty continue to fall behind. Your disconnect is obvious to us all. The students, staff, faculty, taxpayers, and state legislatures all see what you're doing. We look forward to see what you bring to the bargaining table when we meet in a couple weeks. If things don't improve with honest and fair offers during the ongoing and upcoming negotiations, I call on more campuses to do what San Diego State has already done and pass votes of no confidence against you. We stand united with all the unions to make up the hardworking people of the CSU system. You've run out of excuses. It's time to make things right.
Is Debbie Alaya, and I've worked for San Francisco State University for 18 years. I am imploring you once again that this administration prioritize and implement the long overdue salary increases for our dedicated workers. While recent decisions have significantly increased executive compensation, the frontline employees who ensure daily success of this institution continues to struggle with rising cost of living and stagnant wages. Despite claims of budget shortfalls, the university has secured funding specifically intended for salary step increases and worker compensation. Allocating these funds to executive raises while withholding them from staff undermines the university's mission and social mobility and economic prosperity.
My name is Lisa Kawamura, CFA's AVP for Chapter Presidents North, and I am a temporary lecturer at Cal Poly Sloan, my 28th year. First, I am disgusted and disappointed in the bigotry and homophobia that has been expressed in this room today. This is precisely why we need to continue to fund the classroom and not the boardroom. I am truly disheartened by the hate reflected in some of our graduates and folks here today. Moving on. The January state budget proposed an additional $365.7 million in new ongoing funding for the California State University. We will hold you accountable for how this money is spent. Do the right thing. Dedicate this money to direct instruction. Make better decisions and spend CSU budgets responsibly and ethically. We have already seen you and the Board of Trustees approve big, significant raises for campus presidents and vice chancellors. Restore academic programs and prioritize instruction. Bring back jobs and provide a living wage for those outside administration. Please, if anything does not move you, the bigotry shown in this room today proves that we need to do better in the classroom.
Thank you. Next up, we have Samuel Esquivel, Spencer Owen, and Ray Toad.
Thank you. Distinguished board members and guests, hello, my name is Samuel Esquivel. I'm a third semester pre-licensure Bachelor of Science in Nursing student. I'm also a father to two little boys, a U.S. Army Iraq War veteran, and a former sworn peace officer at the Los Rios Community College District Police Department. I'm here today to call for the CSU system to end all contracts with OpenAI, ChatGPT, on the grounds that they are an evil, immoral company run by a corrupt, narcissistic CEO who is emotionally stunted and lacks the ability to feel empathy towards other humans. These are incredibly dangerous traits to have when you have just accepted a contract from the Department of War that was vehemently denied by fellow AI companies. Anthropic is an AI company created by former OpenAI employees who had ethical issues with the way the company was being run. That is why they refused a Department of War contract in which the federal government asked them to remove guardrails around the use of AI for domestic surveillance and fully autonomous weapons. The same contract OpenAI happily accepted with no reservations. I have two little boys, 6 and 5, who are going to grow up in a world based on the choices we make today, the choices you make today. They can grow up in a world where AI companies are held accountable for their actions, or they can grow up in a world where money is the most important thing and their information and their souls are for sale to the highest bidder. I urge you and the rest of the CSU leadership to end your contract with OpenAI, and if you must incorporate AI into the fabric of our educational ecosystem, choose one that aligns with the values of Sacramento State. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, and Presidents. My name is Spencer Owen. and I'm proud Teamster from Local 2010. I'm here because I'm representing over 1,100 trades workers who deserve a fair shake. Chancellor Garcia, please put yourself in our position. We are fighting just like you to protect your little brother when you were 9 years old. You came from humble beginnings, just like us, working 2 to 3 jobs just to survive during college. I'm sure growing up in Brooklyn was not easy. Please give the workers of your campuses a possibility to achieve success. Keep your promise and give us the 3rd year of our contract raises that we deserve.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Eric Johnson and Jared Picot.
Hi, my name is Eric Johnson. I teach at San Jose State. I'm also the CFA chapter rep for humanities and arts lecturers here. And many of my constituents are greatly relieved and grateful for the chancellor's decision and San Jose State's decision not to accept the proposed settlement agreement offered by the Office of Civil Rights, which would have required us to agree to sweeping, broad statements about sex and gender that had implications far beyond the composition of athletic teams and would have significantly compromised the working conditions and academic freedom of many of our employees. This is an issue that is about students, yes, but also about trans and gender non-conforming faculty and staff. And we hope you'll understand our desire in the current environment to preserve non-discrimination language in our contract that allows workplace discrimination concerns to be adjudicated sensibly and reasonably without having to make every workplace discrimination conversation into a whole, into a polarized public forum. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jared Picot. I've been a painter at Cal Poly for 12 years, and I'm on the bargaining team. We recently went through a strike last month for 4 days, which is the second strike for the same raise. We had a lot of support from the other unions, and despite the weather, we got a lot of strong feedback that we're ready to do it some more. The strike had a lot of momentum and a lot of participation. For any other further actions we have, like lobby days and other things, and we have more bills we can lobby for in addition with the legislation. So please, I got a lot more time. Come back to the table to bargain with us. Sorry.
Our next speakers will be Jamie O'Quinn and Margarita Berta Avila.
Hi, I'm Jamie O'Quinn. I'm an assistant professor of sociology at Cal State San Bernardino, and I'm frustrated that I'm going to have to use my time today to talk about transphobia instead of the cuts that are impacting our students and our faculty every day, as was prepared. So first, it seems like there's a bit of a misunderstanding that a lot of the folks calling in have about the difference between sex and gender. Spoiler alert, both are socially constructed. Sex is a classification system used to reproduce social inequalities based on perceived biological characteristics. Male and female are binaries on a spectrum in which about 1 in every 1,500 babies born in the United States does not fall on. And the idea that I have to get up here and say that trans women are women and that's what I have to use my time to do is absurd. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. And shame on you for using lesbian politics as a front for your transphobia, because this lesbian has had plenty of girlfriends with penises.
So just a comment. just a comment. Please make your comments to the board. That's what we're here to hear. Thank you.
Oops. Margarita Berta with California Faculty Association President. I first want to just say that as an anti-racism social justice union, we are in support of the decision that the Chancellor and the Board of Trustees have made to sue the Office of Civil Rights. With that being said, I also was planning to be here to discuss just CSU's Bakersfield as an example with respect to the manufactured displacement of funds and manufactured displacement of resources to go to what we're calling now flagship campuses. But I will be remiss if I do not speak about some of the pettiness that we're seeing when we're here at the Board of Trustees. It came to my attention by not only my members of CFA, but also the Teamsters and others that we were not allowed to park at the parking lot, and that was a decision made by Chancellor Garcia, and that the restrooms that we call porta potties, right, were locked until we had to go and ask several times for it to be used, right? This is an example of how we're viewed. And I know this might seem petty on our end, but it's actually petty on your end, because what this demonstrates, I hear you, what this demonstrates is that you see us as trash, as not being worth being able to even use the restroom or even park in the parking lot.
Your minute is up.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Nicole Ty, Beth Bourne, and Norma Sanchez.
Hello, my name is Nicole Ty, representing the Associated Students Lobby Core Committee at San Jose State University. I am speaking on the proposed annual $369 instructionally related activities fee, student support funding that enhances academic programs, research, and transportation access. However, this proposal will create more financial strain than benefit. First, students have concerns about how this mandatory fee would be allocated. The largest portion does not directly serve most students academically. If every student must pay, the funding should clearly benefit the majority. Second, the proposal lacks clarity on how funds would be used. It mentions support for labs, fieldwork, and research, yet SDSU already receives significant external research funding. It is unclear how this recurring fee would meaningfully expand those resources. The proposal also funds one-time initiatives such as pilot programs and competitions, while the fee would be permanent. This makes its long-term purpose unclear. For many students, $369 is not small. It adds to an already significant financial burden. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beth Bourne, and I'm here just to recognize what a fantastic job that Brooks Lesser has done speaking out on this unfolding medical scandal. I could talk more about why Title IX was originated to protect women's sports, give us opportunities in our spaces. But I want to speak to anyone who's listening who's transgender or non-binary. You've been lied to. It's impossible for a human to change your sex. There's no such thing as a gender identity. They're making money off of your body. If you take cross-sex hormones, you're harming yourself. Please just follow the money. These cosmetic surgeries of having body parts removed, you're permanently harming yourself. And just remember, your mother and your father love you more than anyone in the world. And if so, they're trying to keep you safe. It's because they love you. No one's transgender. I'm sorry if you've been lied to, but your body is just perfect. And so please protect it. Thank you.
Norma, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the CSU Board of Trustees.
Speaker, could you just hold on a second? I thank you for that. I would remind everybody, speak to us. Please don't speak to each other. Thank you.
Go ahead, Norma.
Great. My name is Norma Sanchez, and I serve as the University Union Director at Sacramento State. It's my pleasure to share with you our newly renovated relaxation station. This project was guided by a clear purpose to provide students with a safe, peaceful space where they can disconnect from the stress of school, work, and daily life and focus intentionally on their well-being. Our new space offers a variety of amenities designed to support rest and restoration. Students have access to 8 robotic massage chairs, 2 vibroacoustic loungers, and 7 private sleeping rooms equipped with twin beds, fresh linens, and warm blankets upon request. 3 of our sleeping rooms feature red light therapy mats to support muscle recovery and the body's natural biorhythms. Architecturally, the lighting design mimics the lights of the aurora borealis and the calming movement of the water, paying homage to the American River that runs alongside our beautiful campus. All services are offered free of charge currently to enrolled Sac State students. Our goal is to educate students on the importance of self-care with an emphasis on sleep and its profound impact on both mental and physical health. Our hours of operations accommodate both traditional and non-traditional students. Thank you for the opportunity to share this student service with you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Kevin Weir, Corey Ruzzi, and Antonio Gallo.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Weir, Chair of Bargaining for CFA. I want to send my love and support to any trans people in the room or listening in. I offer to you today a cautionary tale about artificial intelligence and academic freedom. In October of last year, a faculty member at UC Irvine, Ricky Crano, published a peer-reviewed article in the journal Critical AI. In this article, Crano writes, "Academic AI products are steeped in surveillance, data theft, labor oppression, epistemic violence, and the monetarization of every conceivable form or fraction of human life. In the face of these dystopic harms and alliances, much of higher ed's managerial class has barely blinked. AI initiatives quietly erase the deeper realities of academic labor under austerity." And one of those realities is that Ricky Crano has been laid off from their position at UC Irvine in the middle of their contract. Suddenly, there is no programmatic need and a lack of appropriate funds. Crano's union is fighting, almost done. Crano's union is fighting for their job, but this is why CFA is demanding new academic freedom and artificial intelligence provisions to more fully protect the ability to speak freely about matters in and outside the classroom, to protect our intellectual property, and to protect our curricular and pedagogical choices regarding the use of technology.
Welcome to the MAGA CSU. Truly dark times indeed. Millions spent on consultants aimed at reducing or closing liberal arts programs crucial to producing well-informed, productive citizens is just the kind of pro-ignorance move MAGA loves. Who needs geography, environmental studies? MAGA doesn't care where Iran is on a map, and climate change is a hoax. MAGA TPM policies censor and punish free speech and thought. Mass layoffs of faculty occur on my campus despite increases in enrollment. Students face tuition hikes, fewer classes, and ballooning course caps. And the most MAGA of all, reducing adequate funding to instruction. The CSU dedicated 53% to instruction in the 90s, but that's not the MAGA way. Now it's a shameful 34%, and instead we waste millions on capital projects, failed programs, and admin bloat. By all objective metrics, your tenure has been an abject failure. Student and faculty morale is at a low point, but MAGA's happy, right? Chancellor, it's time to own who you are. Put on your red MAGA hat, wear it with pride, and at least be honest with who you have loyalties with.
I'm waiting for them to. Antonio Gallo, California Faculty Association, Chicana Studies. And I wasn't around during Jim Crow laws, but it feels like Jim Crow laws right now. The fact that you're separating individuals from restrooms and you're using safety as an issue, that was the same thing that was used during Jim Crow laws. So this is the CSU. This is what you all have created. But that's not what I came here to talk about. I wanted to talk about SB 98, but then a faculty reminded me at Northridge that when Kirk died, the university ordered the mass to go flag staff. Jesse Jackson died. I saw no flags at half staff. This is the CSU. This is what you all are creating, right? You all have to do better. When history judges you, they're gonna ask you, what did you do during these times? You're gonna have to answer some of those questions. What I was here once again is SB 98. There's been poor implementations about SB 98. It was supposed to alert faculty, students about any ICE immigrant officers on campus. We had an incident at Northridge. We got notified through email 4 or 5 hours later. 4 or 5 hours later. They said it wasn't an emergency.
Please conclude.
We get alerts for people burning trash cans a mile away from campus on text messages. Sir. Immigration officers are across the street and we don't get an alert, a text message.
Your minute is up, sir.
You all need to do better.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Gladys Gonzalez, Corinne Jeffrey, and Barbara Olave.
Hello, my name is Clarice Gonzalez, and I'm here representing AES Lobby Corp at San Jose State. I'm speaking regarding the proposed $369 annual IRA fee. While this discussion has been campus level, it reflects on a broader system-wide concerns about the impact of mandatory fees. CSU students have already been navigating rising tuition, housing costs, food insecurity, and commuting expenses, especially students in San Jose, where the average rent is $2,700 per month for a one-bedroom apartment, making it one of the most expensive cities in the country to live in. Most students, this fee is not small. It's another financial strain. I have personally spoken with students in club sports saying this fee is meant to support. However, if this fee is implemented, they would have to quit their club sports because they would not be able to afford tuition anymore. Not because they do not value these programs, it's because this is an additional cost to push them beyond what they can afford so they can actually have the education they want. When a fee is intended to enhance student experience but becomes a reason a student leaves the program, we must take a pause and reflect based on the students. Thank you.
Hi, Karen Jeffrey from San Jose State. I'm grateful to the CSU and San Jose State for standing up to the OCR and refusing their proposed resolution agreement. To agree would be to repudiate SJSU's recent R2 designation, which symbolizes our commitment to science and scientific evidence. Please continue supporting campus safety for everyone, including our trans and gender nonconforming faculty, by not trying to remove non-discrimination language from our contract during the current bargaining process. And please support our present and future researchers by funding the classroom, not the boardroom. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Olave, and I am a faculty member at California State University, Stanislaus. For the past 5 years, I have worked towards eligibility for range elevation. Under previously negotiated language, faculty with 5 years of full-time service could range elevate even if they had not yet reached the SSI max. But that language is no longer in effect, having expired while bargaining drags out. So meanwhile, the CSU has adopted a new executive compensation policy that removes caps that once limited how quickly president salaries could rise. That contrast is unmistakable. Faculty who serve for years are denied the basic dignity of raises for their work and their devotion, while limits on executive compensation are being relaxed. So I am simply here to ask, who are these decisions serving? Because from where faculty and students stands, it does not look like you're here to serve the people or the mission of the CSU. I ask you to fund the classroom, not the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Kimberly Carter Martinez, Francesca Palomar, and Ryan Witt.
Hi, my name is Kim Carter Martinez. I'm the Northern California Organizing Director for CFA. I must first also say I am disgusted by the transphobic hatred I've heard today and support the lawsuit the CSU has filed against OCR. The most poignant image I have of one of our union members was from when we went on strike in 2023. One of our lecturers brought her wife and 2 kids, and they held a sign that said, "Temporary lecturer who qualifies for food stamps for my family of 4." It is not unbelievable to me that the chancellor makes almost $1 million a year, but faculty qualify for public aid. This is how corporations treat their rank and file staff, and the CSU is turning into more and more of a corporation. Let's fund the classroom and not the boardroom. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Kat Anderson, Shayla Garnica, and Vang Vang.
Good afternoon. I'm Kat Anderson, a grad student at Chico State, member of Students for Quality Education, and president of the Council of Graduate Students. The state of California passed SB 98, which requires, among many things, public universities to, quote, notify parents and guardians of pupils, teachers, admin, and school personnel when the school confirms the presence of immigration enforcement on the school site, because, quote, ensuring access to a quality education includes creating a safe and inclusive campus environment for all students. I should not have to defend something that's rooted in human decency, nor do I need to remind CSU of its duty to the community it claims to serve. I know this because prior to SB 98, Chico State had alerted the campus community when ICE would be present at a career fair the following day. While not consistently nor timely, CSU has in the past acknowledged the importance of these notifications. However, I'm currently aware of at least 2 campuses, San Diego and Monterey Bay, that failed to notify their campuses when DHS would be present. This is unacceptable, and it's a failure of the CSU to act in the best interest of its student, faculty, and staff. I urge the CSU to be more productive and proactive and consistently recognize their full responsibility to us, our safety, and our access to an inclusive campus environment. Thank you for standing up for women and for the LGBTQIA community against the Office of Civil Rights. Please fulfill your duty to our mixed status community as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Vang, please accept the unmute request.
Good afternoon. My name is Vang Vang, CFA treasurer and a 28 years librarian at Fresno State. Chancellor Garcia, we will not be steered off course by your breadcrumbs. The one-time 3% bonus does nothing for our base pay or pension. While campus presidents and vice chancellors who make more than the governor of California are receiving 10 to 20% raise on top of their $500,000 salaries, faculty and staff are struggling to put food on the table for their families. We will continue to fight at the bargaining table to ensure that 1, compensation keeps pace with the living cost in California, and 2, all faculty receives at least 10% of Chancellor Garcia, your base salary. I know you have a lot of important, critical stuff on your plate, but it's time to fund the classroom and not the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Anthony Rondon, Michelle Ramos Pelicula, and Jason Rabinowitz.
Okay. Michelle Ramos Pellicia, professor at CSU San Marcos and vice president of the California Faculty Association, which centers anti-racism and social justice. And I have to say, we stand with you, our trans folk, our trans siblings. This is sitting very heavy on my heart. On the ground, we see a great disconnect between the Chancellor's office and the violence in our streets with respect to immigration. Yet we are not disconnected from our communities, and we see the impact, the fear, anxiety, and the unknown caused by attacks on immigration have on our employees and our students. Providing access to an excellent education is part of your mission. Accordingly, SB 98 mandates California colleges and universities to notify students, faculty, and staff about the presence of immigration enforcement. How will you implement this bill at the system-wide level? How much in funding are you allocating towards SB 98 implementation? What are the guidelines and recommendations? How are you holding campuses accountable when they don't comply? If you share the concern of improving higher education and creating the conditions for all students to learn, for all educators, librarians, counselors, coaches to do their best work, you must commit to a unified system implementation of SB 98.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, trustees. I'm Jason Rabinowitz, Secretary-Treasurer, Teamsters Local 2010, proudly representing 26,000 workers in California education, including 1,100 skilled trades workers whose work makes CSU work every day. Because of CSU's unfair practices, Teamsters were forced to take a historic, disruptive, expensive, week-long strike recently. We are proud of the strength that our members showed, and we are ready to take further action if CSU continues its unfair treatment of workers. CSU has still not implemented our promised contractual July 2025 raises. In fact, no staff and faculty at CSU got raises in 2025, except for the obscene raises handed out to already overpaid executives. CSU stands alone in California public sector in its mistreatment of workers and failing to provide raises to workers despite receiving full funding from the state and bragging about its $8 billion in reserves. We return to the bargaining table later this month with the big increases that CSU received in the governor's proposed budget. We demand that CSU reverse course, honor its commitment to workers, bargain in good faith with the Teamsters Union for the fair raises that our members deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Azor Hirschberg, Jess Block-Narin, and Cece Cronin.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right, thank you. Dear Board of Trustees, thank you for this and every opportunity you've given students like me to express continuous problems of anti-Semitism on our campuses. My name is Azor Hirschberg, a student at Cal Poly Pomona, and despite my school having a better reputation of anti-Semitism than some of the other CSUs, we still have our shared problems of anti-Semitism. Within the past academic year, a fellow Jew and friend has been falsely slandered with anti-Semitic lies spread through their dorm, which in turn inhibited their academic success, physical well-being, making them uneasy and hindering their sleep. But because of the ambiguity created by the current politics allowing anti-Semites to avoid responsibility and repercussions, which in turn only hurts Jewish students' success at this institution, therefore I would personally like to ask this board to create a CSU-wide definition of anti-Semitism that can be used to not only recognize attacks on Jews, but also help establish a formal education on anti-Semitism across the CSU system. I thank you for all your work you have done in protecting us, but can't wait to see more. Thank you again.
Thank you. Cece, please accept the unmute request.
Hi, members of the committee. I stand for Title IX and female athletes for the very reason that Title IX exists and something all honest people acknowledge, that males have well-documented advantages in speed, strength, and endurance. To fully visualize the scope and consequences of this decision, please visit shewon.org, which tracks the thousands of female athletes who have lost titles to male competitors since 2016. That is shewon.org. Please consider that in Massachusetts, where males are allowed to compete in the female vault event, no female won the state championship from 2019 to 2025. In fact, in the last 20 years, males have won the individual state vault title 13 times. Keep doors open for women, and please protect Title IX.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Leora Finesmith, Lauren Cannon, and Ashton Liu.
Give me 1 second.
Go ahead, Leora.
Hi, I'm Leora, a senior Jewish student at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. I'm on Cal Poly's Anti-Semitism Task Force, Slow Hillel's board, and Hillel International's leadership network as the CSU trustee. I stand before you today to ask you to improve the CSUs by further addressing anti-Semitism. Thank you to my university president, Jeffrey Armstrong, for being an ally to and supporting the Jewish community at Cal Poly. Also, thank you, Cal Poly, for being a part of Hillel International's Campus Climate Initiative, or CCI. Thank you, administrators, for adding CSU San Marcos to the CCI program as well. Despite this progress, anti-Semitism still persists on campuses in the CSU system. Just last week, Cal Poly's AE Pi was called slurs and physically attacked for being a Jewish fraternity, demonstrating how normalized and open anti-Semitism has been. To reduce future anti-Semitism and protect Jewish and Israeli students in the CSUs, I recommend that you enact the following. 1. Participation in Hillel International's CCI initiative on all CSU campuses to ensure administrators receive proper education and support to have clear milestones and counter anti-Semitism. 2. Mandatory anti-Semitism trainings for all CSU staff, faculty, and students, a CSU-wide definition of anti-Semitism, and system-wide and campus-level anti-Semitism task forces. Thank you so much.
Ashton, please accept the unmute request.
Hi. I'm Ashton Liu, a student at San Francisco State University. I'd like to first thank SFSU President William Mahoney for continuing to support the Jewish community as our Hillel is in the middle of its renovations after the arson attack and as the Jewish community on campus navigates a tenuous time. Also would love to thank President Mahoney for giving Hillel a space on campus to operate out of. To the Board of Trustees in this honorable assembly, as the senior administration that oversees 22 university campuses in this great Golden State, over the past 27 months, a multitude of campuses, including my own San Francisco State University, have routinely been at the center of increasing surge of anti-Semitism. To maintain the CSU's mission of providing advanced education in an equitable and inclusive fashion, I urge all 22 campuses to participate in Hillel International's Climate Campus Initiative, adopt an anti-Semitism training program for all students, faculty, and staff, and lastly, ensure campus staff and administrators respond to hate crime threats quickly and promptly. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Kenia Juarez, Lauren Cannon, and Daniel Hayner Wasserstein.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. My name is Kenya. I'm a senior at Cal State East Bay. I'm here today because our campus proudly calls itself a Hispanic serving institution, yet the Spanish department has been eliminated. How can we claim to serve Latinx Hispanic students while eliminating a program that represents our language, culture, and community? And on top of that, being lied to and misinformed by our campus president. Across our campuses, students are experiencing and feeling these cuts more than ever. Our classes, programs, resources, yet at the same time, this board continues to discuss their own benefits and raises. This is shameful. Students are drowning and we're asking you to do your job. Lastly, President Sandin, students at CSU East Bay will not stop fighting for the Spanish department and for transparency around how decisions are being made, including how the $50 million our campus received will be spent. There is no reason our university should be struggling this much. We are tired of constantly fighting for a better education. All we hear is excuses. You talk about investing in future students, but what about the students who are here right now? What about us? We are future alumni you say you care so much about, and if you truly care about the future of our university, then start by listening to the students who are living in its reality today.
Daniel, please go ahead and accept the unmute request.
You asked me to unmute, but you said you mentioned Daniel. So do you want Daniel or Lauren to go next?
Go ahead, Lauren.
All right, thank you. My name is Lauren Cannon. I am CFA Vice President at Cal Poly Humboldt. I'm also the CFA statewide secretary and officer. I've spoken to you before. I'm going to admit I'm running across campus to different meetings today. So I'm a little bit slower. Generally, when I speak to you, I practice. I practice to see how quickly I can say the important things I have to say, how many syllables I can get in 5 seconds or 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and I don't feel like doing that today. I know what that room looks like. I know probably most of you are not looking at the people who are talking to you. I know you might be taking notes. I'm not sure you're taking notes about us. We have a bill. We're sponsoring Bill 2523 that's asked for basic response When you talk to somebody, we usually expect someone to respond to our concerns, to not be treated like paupers in this like royal court where we speed up our language in order to try to have you listen to us. I'm asking for you to respond to us in writing, respond to us as a person, respond to us by making it known that you see that our concerns are legitimate. I've spoken before about the maldistribution of the resources of taxpayers, and it is what you've got going now requires the impoverishment of teachers and the indebtedness of students. We need response. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, please go ahead and accept a mute request.
Before I begin, thank you Associate Professor Heller, Dean French, Dr. Jensen, and Chief Carroll for personally supporting the Jewish community. As you may be aware, my campus, San Jose State, has received a string of anti-Semitic threats. We have another one for tomorrow, March 11th, calling to kill all Jews. Tomorrow, for my own safety, I will not be on campus as I do not and will not feel safe. There have been threats made on my life as a Jew, and we have not seen any changes in security. The last threat in November of 2025, the school did not act to protect students. After that failure, we were told there'll be more patrols, better lighting, and more cameras. What we got instead was millions of dollars in smart trash cans. When campus optics move faster than campus safety, students notice. We have to take safety into our own hands because a university does not prioritize funds or staff to do it. I'm asking for three things. 1, make someone accountable for student safety when threats occur. 2, create a visible, concrete security plan for threats, not just an email. 3, conduct an independent review of how SJSU allocates funds for student safety. The 4 people I mentioned showed up. I'm asking this board to show up by taking action and protecting your students. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Javier Ruiz and Michaela Schneider.
Hi, my name is Javier, and I am the Membership Engagement Director for Trans Talk at San Jose State University, a space for transgender, non-binary, and gender questioning students. Since the Title IX investigation demands were released, my community has been scared, angry, and tired. Today, I'm here to share my gratitude and support for the Board of Trustees' decision to reject the OCR's demands for standing in support of their transgender students. The CSU has stated their commitment to fostering an inclusive, respectful, and safe environment for all students, faculty, and staff. I encourage the Board of Trustees to keep standing by this principle. As a transgender student who is in his 3rd year at SJSU, I'm asking you, please listen to us and please keep protecting transgender students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Alicia Suku and Ephraim Tupe.
Well, hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Suku, and I'm a 2nd-year student at San Diego State University. I'm a student assistant at the SCSU Asian Pacific Islander Desi American Center and was an attendee at the inaugural CSU and NAPI Student Achievement Program Summit. I was inspired and invigorated by the summit as it gave me an opportunity to engage with fellow students, faculty, and staff from across the CSU system who are committed to ensuring that all students are seen, heard, and most importantly, served. The CSU ASAP Summit was a celebration of our work and a validation of our shared efforts to ensure this important work continues, not just for me, but for generations of NAPI students who will be transformed by the CSU. I'm so grateful to SDSU's Dr. Virginia Lohagan for her mentorship and SDSU's President Adela De La Torre for unwavering support of our NAPC efforts, to Sacramento State University President Dr. J. Luke Wood for hosting us, to CSU Deputy Vice Chancellor Dilcy Perez for her leadership, to the CSU ASAP office for making this all possible, and to you, the CSU Board of Trustees, for prioritizing the needs of historically undeserved student populations. I'm a proud CSU student, and events at the CSU ASAP Summit confirm that pride. In closing, I compel this board to continue investing in NAPI student success. All students benefit from intentional and inclusive programming. I have benefited greatly from the unwavering support of advocates and allies like all those in this space today. Because of the CSU ASAP funding, we've been able to launch and implement many meaningful programs. I'm proud of what we are doing. I'm proud of what we are doing at SCSU and in the CSU. Together, we're making a difference and we are changing lives.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Jen Galanato.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Clark and esteemed members of the Board of Trustees. My name is Jen Gallinado. I serve as the ASI Vice President of Academic Affairs at Sac State. I'm honored to speak to you about the transformative impact of the inaugural California Asian American Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander Student Achievement Program ASAP Summit held on our campus on February 23rd. This summit brought together the CSU, California Community Colleges, the California Commission on Asian and Pacific Islander Affairs, and the Asian Pacific Americans in Higher Education under the theme, Serving Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Communities, and Higher Education from Recognition to Transformation. It celebrated the 2022 legislation providing $8 million in ongoing funding for culturally responsive services supporting low-income, underserved, and first-generation Anapeasy students. Hosting the summit at Sac State was strategic. As an Anapeasy institution serving over 21 to 22% of our student body, the summit created space for students like me to see ourselves reflected in higher education leadership and to witness our community centered as priorities, not as afterthoughts. I urge this board to sustain Anapeasy student success initiatives and recognize that when we center the most marginalized students in our policies, all students benefit. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Clark, this concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. We're about to take a break, but as we leave, I want to just make two observations. Again, I would ask members of the public who wish to address the board, please address us. The next thing is, I stated prior to public comment that at the CSU, we uphold the constitutional protections of our community and fully support and defend the right to free expression and open discourse. These are essential hallmarks of higher education. I would say to the CSU community and the public at large something else we wholeheartedly uphold, support, and defend, and that's the CSU's core values. You heard the Chancellor powerfully reiterate earlier today, the CSU is an inclusive institution, steadfastly committed to maintaining a welcoming and non-discriminatory environment where all our dynamically diverse students and employees can thrive. As the Chancellor said, and we cannot say it enough, that will never change. We're going to take a break until 2 o'clock, and we'll start then with my report, and then on to the Academic Senate, the CSSA, and the Alumni Council, and the Chancellor's report, of course. See you in 13 minutes.
The CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20 plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000 plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward.
Okay, it's 2 o'clock. We're going to start again. So as everyone takes their seats, I will begin my report with 2 pieces of outstanding news. First, I'd like to share that Chancellor Garcia has been invited to join the President's Leadership Council of the Educational Credit Management Corporation Foundation, better known as ECMC Foundation. She joins a prestigious group of national public education leaders charged with sharing expertise and identifying opportunities for both higher education and philanthropic community to better serve students and meet their changing needs. As a member of the newly formed council, Chancellor Garcia will be focused on collaborative efforts to enhance student success, close equity gaps, and do what the CSU does best, drive economic, social mobility. And now, to keep the good news coming, I am pleased to note that Larry Adamson has been re-elected alumni trustee of the board. As Larry has demonstrated throughout his tenure, he makes this board stronger and more effective through your service. I've always admired your willingness to ask tough questions and to demand accountability while always remaining fair and respectful. A proud graduate of Cal State LA, Trustee Adamson's love for his alma mater and the CSU runs deep. He served on Cal State LA's Alumni Association, including as its president, for more than a decade, and currently serves as vice chair on the board of the Cal State LA Foundation. He was also honored as a University Alumni of Merit on a statewide level. In addition to his current role on the board, he served 2 terms as president of the CSU Alumni Council and has been recognized as the CSU Outstanding Alumni Honor. Again, congratulations. So, as my own time on the board as chair winds down, it's hard to believe that this is my second to last meeting in this role. I find myself reflecting on how grateful I am for my colleagues on this board. It's truly an honor to serve alongside these leaders around the dais, from whom I am always learning and finding inspiration. On that point, I want to acknowledge Trustee Ghilarducci and Trustee Fong, who serve as chair and vice chair, respectively, of the board's collective bargaining committee. Together, they keep us informed of labor matters, including during last month's 4-day work stoppage called by the Teamsters Local 2010. Of course, our represented employees have the right to strike, and we respect people's choice in terms of exercising that right. That said, I'm hopeful that good faith negotiations will resume and soon lead to an agreement. I also want to stress how much the CSU values its employees and the depths of this system's commitment to being the employer of choice in public higher education. As you know, being the employer of choice is one of 4 key performance objectives in CSU Forward, the strategic plan endorsed by this board. A number of efforts are already underway to engage and empower our more than 63,000 faculty and staff, attract new talent, and position the CSU as a national model for higher education employment. Our chancellor will provide a few impressive examples during her report a bit later. I do, however, want to just take a moment to share one meaningful step in this direction. The establishment of the Trustee Wenda Fong and Dan Federley Staff Award, our first board-level recognition program dedicated to honoring staff. At our next meeting in May, we'll celebrate the inaugural awards given to 3 individuals and 1 team made up of 5 members. Our selection committee has reviewed 120 nominations. I know it wasn't an easy task with so many truly exceptional nominees. So let me take a moment to acknowledge the selection committee, Trustee Fong, Deputy Vice Chancellor Dilcy Perez, Vice Chancellor Frank Hurtate, and from Sacramento State, Michelle Martin, Vice President of People and Climate. Thank you all for your time and thoughtful attention. Please give them a round of applause. And to all the staff members who were nominated, know that we recognize and appreciate your commitment to student success and the transformative power of the CSU degree. I now want to return to something we learned in January from the Alumni Council report. It's a stunning fact that bears repeating. The CSU's alumni network now exceeds 4.5 million. That's 4.5 million. That means our alumni network is now larger than the population of 23 states of this country. And we know that here in California, 1 in 10 employees is a CSU graduate, and the reach and profile of our alumni extends far and wide. Recently, a few of them stepped into the national and even global spotlight. First, Azaria Hill, a Cal State Long Beach alumna who represented the U.S. team in the bobsled in Milan Cortina Winter Olympics last month. I think there's going to be a slide. Yeah. She finished 5th with a pilot, Keisha Love, in the 2-woman bobsled competition. She also happens to be the daughter of 2 Olympians, and as you can see from the photo, she was a star in track and field when she was at Cal State Long Beach. Now, from the Olympics to the Oscars. This Sunday, we have a chance to root for Sacramento State alumnus Ryan Coogler from the film Sinners, which is up for a record 16 Oscar nominations, including the Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, and Best Actor. Ryan's wife, Zinzi Coogler, who's not pictured here, is his creative partner, co-producer of Sinners. She also happens to be a Fresno State alumna. And another CSU connection to the film is actor Delroy Lindo, who is a San Francisco State alumnus and a nominee in the Best Supporting Actor category. Best of luck to Ryan, Zinzi, Delroy, and the entire cast and crew. And finally, we have astronaut Victor Glover, a graduate of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Victor is set to pilot NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. Keep an eye out for the launch. It's expected to happen sometime in the first week of April. Our alumni are so exceptional, and they reflect the excellence of our universities. I'd like to close my report with 2 noteworthy examples of important, impactful work that our universities are doing in service to our communities and state. A team at Cal State LA is hard at work developing an AI-empowered system to help with wildfire prediction and management. The concept is to complete real-time, high-resolution simulations of wildfire behavior, which will make it possible to predict wildfire growth and spread with far greater accuracy. The system will also model air quality impacts, allowing for more informed public health responses. This work is being led by Mohammed Parhu-Musson, Professor of Computer Science and Director of Artificial Intelligence and Data Science Research Lab, and supported by a 2-year, $1.4 million grant from NASA. And on the topic of significant grant-funded work at Chico State, the North State Planning Development Collective is doing incredible work to advance economic and workforce development around the North State. A recent award of more than $1.2 million from the California Jobs First Regional Investment Initiative will support cutting-edge agricultural projects designed to improve water use, expand workforce training, and strengthen economic resilience in some of California's most remote regions. It's clear, from wildfire to drought, the CSU is a leader in finding solutions to some of our state's most urgent challenges. And so I'm done. And with that, I conclude and turn it over to the Chair of the Academic Senate, Chair Boyd.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Buenas tardes, konnichiwa, marhaba, Talofa, and good afternoon, everyone. With respect, I begin today by acknowledging that I speak to you on the land of the Tongva and Gabrieleño and the Ahachemin Juaneño nations who have lived and continue to live here. I recognize the Tongva and the Ahachemin nations and their spiritual connection to the ocean and the land as the first stewards and the traditional caretakers of this area we now call Long Beach. As I share this report, I thank them for their strength, perseverance, and resistance. Before I report on ASCSU business, I want to acknowledge the wars and their impact on our colleagues and students. While some of us may only experience price changes and volatility in our markets, some of our colleagues and students are suffering far more greatly and living in the unknown with respect to their families, friends, and loved ones. Many have lost contact with them and are unable to determine if they are safe and unharmed. Please keep them in mind and exercise thoughtfulness and care with them as we proceed with the day-to-day business of the CSU. Also, let me personally say that I utterly deplore the transphobic hate we heard today. And my heartfelt sympathies go out to every trans person and ally who were forced to listen to it. On behalf of the ASCSU, I can share that the news about the CSU taking a stand against OCR was greeted with cheers and great enthusiasm when it came out during our plenary. I thank the many CFA colleagues who spoke against the hate today, and I expect that the ASCSU will not be silent when we next meet. The ASCSU has met once in interim and once in plenary since I last reported to you a little over a month ago. Our interim meetings included time for Vice Chancellor Gonzalez to meet with a couple of our standing committees. And at the plenary last week, senators had the opportunity to speak with Chancellor Garcia, thank you, and to get to know trustees Arambula and Fajardo. Thank you for your presence and for the discussion that we had at that time. We also heard from our CFA alumni and CSSA partners who always bring really, really critical perspective to the discussions of our group. 8 resolutions were approved by the ASCSU during its March 5th and 6th meeting last week. The documents were made available to you yesterday, and I wanted to draw your attention to 3 major communications. The first of them is AS 3788 from our Fiscal and Government Affairs Committee on the 2026 initial state legislative advocacy positions of the Academic Senate of the CSU. This sets the ASCSU's preliminary positions on pending 25-26 legislation in the California State Legislature. We've taken positions on almost 40 bills which affect the CSU, including one which in its current form would severely disadvantage students transferring into the CSU. And we are in conversations with the bill's author's office and are hopeful we can protect our students. AS 3776, originating from Academic Affairs, the consultation and process of reviewing CSU system-wide chancellor's office policies. We know that the CSU is undergoing quite a bit of policy review, but there is also a standard review. Right now, we have somewhere between 350 to 400 policies that are published at the chancellor's office, and each one is reviewed approximately every 2 years. And so this communication really asks that the ASCSU be integrated into the review process when appropriate and where possible in order to improve the policies and make their implementation more effective. And the last is AS 3774, which comes from exec on the Academic Senate meeting schedule for 26-27. And I highlight this not because of the dates in particular, but more because the strategy behind why we do the dates and the timing that we do. We specifically have started a new practice in the last 2 years of, when possible, setting our meetings at least 2 weeks in advance of the Board of Trustees. And that is in order to allow for the board to have more time to review our materials rather than having to send them to you yesterday, for example. Continuing on our priority of continuously improving the ASCSU and improving processes, we also passed 2 bylaw changes and clarified processes and requirements for appointing ethnic studies discipline expert faculty reviewers for ethnic studies articulation. We are also working to catch up on consultation about the proposed degree programs you will see during the Committee on Educational Policies, and expect to have considerations on this proposal for you in the near future. The ASCSU's leadership and specialists continue to be extremely busy. I was joined by Vice Chair Swenson and Secretary Hamilton in representing ASCSU at the always excellent Social Mobility Summit at CSU San Marcos. Many thanks to President Neufeld for the welcoming hospitality. In order for ASCSU to fully fulfill its role in governance of the CSU, I have made it a personal priority to stabilize our internal office operations and to review and improve all aspects of our office and website. We've begun an initial website overhaul that includes a resources page. It has direct links to our lecturer senator FAQs, the ASC, which the board approved that change to our constitutions. Thank you. The ASCSU request for travel authorizations, our letters authorizing travel, and a vastly streamlined process for campus staff to submit those claims once they come through to the campuses. I'm glad to have communications specialist Harrison on board to assist in furthering the work. Elections are upon us at many campuses for both the ASCSU campus representatives and the lecturer electors, which make up the electorate that select our ASCSU lecturer senators. I want to just say a huge shout out to our JEDI, or Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion team, for their work in helping ASCSU to publish a more transparent description and overview of senator roles, and to collaboratively record an information session for interested campus faculty. In the realm of legislative advocacy and government relations, as previously mentioned, on our legislative committee and our team is working diligently to follow the emerging issues and bills in the legislature, which has included meetings with legislators and staff to discuss the intentions of bills and potential amendments as well. At CSU Advocacy Day 2 weeks ago now, I was honored to join the Chancellor's delegation, which I have to say that the delegation included all members, including our represented unions, at the table in many of our visits. And that was very impactful for the CSU to have that message. And while we met with legislators, an ASCSU delegation led by Vice Chair Swenson and Member-at-Large Nakano and Leg Specialists Pitts and Lamb met with even more legislative offices to share our support of the governor's higher education proposed budget, and we expect that the sentiment will remain a common thread for our continuing upcoming advocacy. In addition to the continuing work at state level, Specialist Lamb is working to establish the ASCSU delegation visits for DC advocacy, and we've been working closely with the Office of Federal Relations. Thank you for the collaboration. So we look forward to that in April for Hill Week. And executive committee that sits here today. Most of us are headed to Sacramento on Thursday tomorrow evening for another advocacy day alongside our partners from the University of California and the community colleges. Spring is a busy term with something happening pretty much every week until we see fall come around. And it can be easy to live day to day, and to give in to the distraction of bustling from one event to the next. However, what we're doing on behalf of our students and the world in educating a democracy can't be more important at this time. And I remind myself of that as frequently as I can. As always, ASCSU Exec is here to be a resource. We thank you, Chair Clark. This concludes my report, and I welcome your questions at this time. Thank you.
Does any board member have a question? I would note, thank you for getting the materials out to us earlier. I think in one of our early meetings, I shared with you my binder, my Academic Senate binder. I plan on passing it on to the next chair, whoever that might be. So thank you for that report. We'll now hear our next report from the California State Student Association. Tara Al-Rahani, would you please share your report?
Yes, and thank you, Chair Clark. Good afternoon, trustees, Chancellor Garcia, university presidents, and everyone else here today. My name is Tara Al-Rahani, and I serve as the president of the Cal State Student Association, representing nearly 500,000 students. It's an honor to provide this report on their behalf today. Before I delve into the rest of my report and CSSA updates, I would like to acknowledge and extend our appreciation of the Chancellor's and Chair Boyd's earlier comments regarding the CSU's lawsuit against OCR. Let me be clear. CSSA has always stood and will continue to stand with our transgender students. We will continue to advocate for protecting and defending the rights of all of our students, regardless of gender identity, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, or any other protected class. The physical safety and the well-being of transgender students on our campuses cannot be forgotten. This federal administration has consistently sought to attack and harm our CSU student communities and families in ways that impact us culturally and academically. It cannot go unchecked any longer. And I want to put it plainly that if our trans students cannot safely go to class, participate in their extracurriculars, or exist openly on our campuses, academic well-being is nowhere on the table. We cannot talk about retention, graduation rates, or student success while students are calculating their safety in every room they enter. Safety is the prerequisite, dignity is the baseline, and it's our responsibility to guarantee both. CSSA highly appreciates and echoes the CSU's action and response against these unlawful allegations and suppression tactics. Thank you. Now, since my last report to this body, I'm happy to share that CSSA has submitted 3 student trustee nominees to the governor's office this year. Each individual represents the excellence, diversity, and leadership that define the CSU student body. While we go through this process, I also want to thank Trustee Guajardo for her deep commitment and dedication and service to our CSU students as she culminates her term. So thank you. CSSA also convened our February plenary meeting where we approved a handful of bill positions, but our plenary was also about aligning our values and our voice and our advocacy, because we understand that momentum matters, and right now, students across the CSU are building it. This year's legislative package so far includes measures to expand on-campus employment for undocumented students, streamline student eligibility for CalFresh to combat food insecurity, clarify and modernize the California DREAM Act application to reduce financial aid errors, and strengthen campus protections against technology-facilitated sexual violence, including AI-generated abuse. Collectively, these proposals focus on removing structural barriers that prevent students from accessing employment, food assistance, financial aid, and safe learning environments. A full list of legislation we have taken a position on can be found on the CSSA website under the Advocacy tab. Also, please note that we are currently reviewing several other bill proposals aimed at improving student affordability, access to resources, campus safety, and equity across the CSU system. In addition to SB 323, authored by Senator Perez, titled Student Aid Commission California DREAM Act application, which I did talk about in my last report, CSSA is also co-sponsoring AB 2251, authored by Assemblymember Rodriguez, titled Student Financial Aid, Cal Grant Program Cost of Attendance. This is a measure that would require Cal Grant participating institutions to clearly publish how they calculate cost of attendance budgets and implement a standardized, accessible adjustment process. This is one of our 5 currently approved bills for this legislative packet, and it ensures that students can request adjustments in any budget category, receive decisions within 30 business days, submit documentation electronically, and obtain a second review if denied. By increasing transparency and formalizing the adjustment process, AB 2251 will help prevent students from hitting artificial financial aid caps when their real living costs exceed standard estimates, which directly protects affordability and access to aid. Taken together, these proposals align with CSSA's broader advocacy priorities, protecting affordability, strengthening basic needs access, improving financial aid transparency, expanding equitable employment opportunities, and ensuring student safety in an evolving digital environment. Also, in less than 2 weeks, CSSA will be hosting the 31st Annual California Higher Education Student Summit, or CHES, a statewide conference in Sacramento that equips student leaders with training on public policy, state governance, and effective advocacy. During the 2-day event, students will prepare for Advocacy Day at the Capitol on Monday, where we will meet directly with legislators and staff to advance our sponsored and supported legislation. In addition to supporting priority bills, students will advocate for the 2026-27 CSU budget and urge lawmakers to fully fund compact commitments without further deferrals, protect affordability by reducing reliance on tuition increases, and increase ongoing investments in financial aid and basic needs. I want to be clear that our students are not simply reacting to policy. We are shaping it because we must go beyond just naming these issues. And when students serve as co-creators to the solutions of these challenges, we're all stronger for it. As the landscape at both the state and federal levels continue to shift, we're also evaluating how we can strengthen our infrastructure so that student voices are not episodic, but sustained, strategic, and influential, especially at the federal level. I am honored to also have recently had the opportunity to participate in Advocacy Day alongside Chancellor Garcia and our other CSU partners, and I want to reflect briefly on what that experience reinforced. When students, staff, alumni, faculty, and administration stand side by side, it sends a clear message that our priorities are aligned, our goals are shared, and our commitment to California's future is unwavering. Legislators noticed when the CSU speaks with one voice, they respond to alignment and clarity and to a united front that's grounded in student need. And the issues that we champion, affordability, employment access, food security, mental health, etc., don't impact students in isolation. They shape the strength of our campuses, our workforce pipeline, and the communities that we serve. So I want to reiterate that centering students is ultimately strengthening the entire CSU. And as will be discussed later, basic needs and housing security are deeply interconnected. As you may recall, CSSA released an affordable housing white paper grounded in student experiences and focused on a simple principle, that housing must be truly affordable and reflective of students' real financial circumstances. While important investments have been made, gaps remain, particularly in transparency and consistency, and too many students still assume housing is out of reach. Still, I want to recognize the intentional and student-centered work happening across our universities to address this issue. The coordination between basic needs, housing, and student affairs teams reflects a real commitment to student stability and success. And we know this work is happening amid significant budgetary constraints. Advancing housing solutions, while resources are stretched, is not easy, and that leadership doesn't go unnoticed. At the same time, those constraints directly affect students' well-being, which is why sustained investment in basic needs remains critical. Because for many students, the CSU represents stability and opportunity. They come here because of our commitment to affordability and access. Housing is central to that promise, and if we want to remain the institution students turn to for upward mobility, our housing systems must continue to reflect that identity. In January, I also spoke about the vital need to expand mental health access across our system, and that need has not changed. As we hear the presentation on basic needs and student wellness, we must treat 24/7 and after-hours mental health access as foundational infrastructure, not an optional enhancement. It is as essential as housing, food security, and financial aid, because when one basic need destabilizes, the others follow. There have been thoughtful conversations about implementation, coordination, and quality, and those conversations matter. But while we deliberate, students are still facing long wait times, limited after-hours options, and confusion about where to turn. The need is clear, the data is clear, and the student testimony is clear. At some point, continued discussion becomes delay. We must move from conversation to action, and we're more than happy to do it together. And before I close, I want to acknowledge that several of our campuses have recently experienced incidents that have shaken our communities. Safety is not just about response protocols, it's about whether students feel secure enough to learn, to sleep, and to belong. When disruptions occur, their impact lingers. Physical safety, emotional stability, and mental health are inseparable. If we're serious about student success, we must be serious about all three. That is why our conversation around mental health access and after-hours support and basic needs are not theoretical. They are directly connected to how students process and recover from the realities around them. Ensuring that students know where to turn at any hour is part of how we build not only responsive campuses, but resilient ones. Because when we strengthen student wellness infrastructure, we strengthen campus safety culture as a whole. And I've said it before, but I will say it again. We are facing unprecedented times, and we need unity to persevere. None of this will be easy, and it has not been easy. It's affected each of us personally and professionally. But if we can come together as a system and engage in honest dialogue, balance the competing needs, and act with a shared resolve, we can deliver on our collective responsibility to ensure students leave the CSU not only with a degree, but with a transformative experience and a lasting sense of pride for what they were able to accomplish. Chair Clark, thank you. This concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, President Al-Rahani. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none, we next turn to our report from President Adrian Harrell of the CSU Alumni Council. Madam President, would you please begin?
Thank you, Chair Clark. I'm honored to be with you today and represent the voices of over 4.5 million CSU alumni who are living proof of the return on California's investment in higher education. In February, the CSU Alumni Council convened at Cal State Long Beach for our in-person meeting. Thank you, President Jones, and the entire beach community for your hospitality. We especially enjoyed the men's basketball game versus CSU Fullerton. During our meeting, we engaged with leaders from CSSA, ASCSU, and University Advancement to explore how alumni can further support student success and remove barriers to engagement. We heard presentations on CSU Forward, the Student Success Framework, and the CSU Economic Impact Report. These conversations directly inform the Alumni Council's newly approved 2025-2027 strategic plan. Our plan aligns intentionally with the CSU Forward and the Student Success Framework, positioning alumni as workforce partners, mentors, employers, and lifelong ambassadors of the CSU. The 2025-27 strategic plan is organized around three system-aligned priorities: amplifying CSU alumni impact, championing the lifelong connection to the CSU, and advancing professional excellence in alumni engagement. In the 10 years that I've served on the Alumni Council, this is the most comprehensive strategic plan. It is in alignment with the university while also supporting the important work of campus alumni offices. Our plan intentionally moves alumni beyond being seen solely as donors and advocates. Alumni are workforce connectors, mentors, storytellers, and long-term partners in academic excellence. I'm proud of the work the Alumni Council and campus alumni offices. I remain committed to being the #1 Chief Reminder Officer to showcase alumni success stories and the value of the CSU degree, and ask each and every one of you to be Chief Reminder Officers. On the topic of alumni success, I want to turn your attention to the glitz and glamour of Hollywood and the CSU's continued impact on this vital industry. As award seasons conclude with the Oscars this Sunday, I'm proud to highlight the CSU's influence as our graduates are recognized across writing, directing, acting, editing, sound design, animation, music production, and documentary filmmaking. CSU alumni are represented annually at the Oscars, Emmys, Grammys, and other major awards. There are 29, let me say that again, 29 major award nominations connected to the CSU alumni this year. Most notably, as mentioned by Chair Clark earlier, Sacramento State alumnus Ryan Coogler and his wife, Fresno State alumna Zinzi Coogler, received 16 Oscar nominations for their film Sinners, which was one of the highest grossing films ever made. Coogler's credit also include writing and directing the Marvel series Black Panther, Creed, and Fruitvale Station. These recognitions are more than accolades. They are evidence that the CSU prepares the graduates to lead creative industries, fuel economic growth, and shape culture around the world. 2 weeks ago, I joined Chancellor Garcia as part of Team CSU in Sacramento for Advocacy Day, meeting with legislators to reinforce the importance of fully funding the CSU. In nearly every office we visited, we encountered CSU graduates as elected officials or key staff members. That is the CSU impact and proof that funding the CSU is not an expense. It is an investment in California's workforce, economy, and civic leadership. When the state invests in the CSU, California benefits from the educated professionals in healthcare, technology, education, entertainment, public service, and beyond. For those tuning into this meeting, if you have not yet signed up for the CSU Voices, I encourage you to visit calstate.edu/CSU Voices and learn how you can help us keep college affordable while continuing to expand opportunities. On the topic of California's workforce, I want to highlight the partnership between the Career Centers and alumni offices at both CSU Channel Islands and Cal State East Bay. At these institutions, the career services fall under the University Advancement Division. In fact, at Channel Islands, they live under the same department, Career Development and Alumni Engagement. And while it might be a unique setup, this has resulted in strong partnership between employers and alumni with the shared goal of supporting students throughout their career and educational journey. The synergy between these two areas is vital to support the CSU Forward and the Student Success Framework, particularly the focus on skills and networks. The strong partnerships at these two campuses have resulted in career and industry subcommittees on their alumni board, alumni career ambassador programs, and wraparound support services to students who may struggle to gain success to their career of choice. This type of intentional synergy between career services and alumni relations helps bring to life the vision of every student graduating with a first career opportunity or clear path to continuing education. These strong partnerships are strategic and create a lifelong engagement model from student to alumni to employer. This is the alumni-empowered employment in action. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not congratulate Trustee Adamson on being unanimously reelected for another 2-year term, which he will serve from July 1, 2026 through June 30th, 2028. Trustee Adamson, thank you for representing the voice of CSU alumni and being a stellar example of what it means to be made in the CSU. And to all trustees, thank you for your leadership and stewardship of this remarkable institution. Alumni are proud to stand beside you as proof of the CSU value, as partners in student success, and as champions for California's future. Thank you, Chair Clark. That concludes my report.
Thank you, President Guerrero, for your report. And it's my pleasure now to turn it over to Chancellor Garcia for the Chancellor's report.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Buenas tardes. Before I begin my report, I want to echo the chair and those who spoke before me in congratulating Trustee Adamson on his reelection as the Board Alumni Trustee. Trustee Adamson, I have always admired how, in your work, you are able to view issues through the pragmatic lens of an experienced organizational leader and administrator, and also with a heart for our mission and our people, especially the CSU students, past, present, and future. I look forward to your continued service and working alongside you. There are more congratulations in order. First, I want to recognize President Quiñones and her entire team. Last month, Cal State Monterey Bay was one of just 2 universities nationwide to receive the American Council on Education Fidelity Investments Award for Institutional Transformation. The award recognizes Monterey Bay's strategic institutional realignment beginning in 2022 that has been so instrumental not only in reversing years of enrollment decline, but also in aligning academic programming with regional workforce needs, strengthening transfer pathways, and enhancing advising, mentorship, and student engagement. Felicidades, President Quiñones, on this impressive and prestigious award that recognizes your hard work and the work of your team, the ingenuity and resolve of your entire campus community. Well done. I also want to recognize Cal State LA President Bernicia Ames, who in February was named presidential sponsor of the American Council on Education Women's Network of Southern California. The role is an important one, and one that is closest to my heart since I participated in it, to expand mentorship, professional development, and other pathways to executive leadership for women across Southern California. I should also mention that President Ames succeeds Cal Poly Pomona President Emerita Soraya Coley in this position. Congratulations, President Ames, and thank you for working on this important task. Finally, I would be remiss if I did not address last month's 4-day strike called by Teamsters Local 2010. I'll be brief. To our skilled trade employees, I will simply say that I deeply respect you, respect your work, and your heart for the CSU's mission. That was true before the stoppage, and it is true now. And it will remain true when we return to negotiations and reach a good faith agreement. And to our campus and system-wide leadership teams, it is because of your diligent planning, preparation, and execution that there was no disruptions to our academic mission and negligible impacts to campus operations. Please accept my heartfelt thanks for your excellent work. When we last convened in January, I devoted much of my report to reviewing the details and implications of Governor Newsom's budget proposal, which so powerfully demonstrates his belief in and support of the CSU mission. However, I also emphasize this is only a start, and that with fierce competition for limited state dollars, our advocacy must be every bit as coordinated, unrelenting, and effective as it was last year when we faced a significant budget reduction. I recognize that the CSU's advocacy starts with its chief reminder officer. So since our last meeting, I have spent the majority of my time in Sacramento. I have had the opportunity to testify both before the Assembly and Senate budget subcommittees. I've met with dozens of legislators and members of the administration, including Senate President Pro Tem Monique Limon, Speaker of the Assembly Robert Rivas, and Department of Finance Director Joe Steppenshaw. And 2 weeks ago, I joined approximately 120 members of the CSU community, trustees, university, and system leadership, students, faculty, staff, and alumni to seek support for the CSU during our annual Advocacy Day. Thanks so much to the many people here who participated. And I want to specifically acknowledge and thank the leaders of the CSU Stakeholders Group who joined my personal delegation. 3 of them have preceded me in speaking this afternoon: Chair Boyd, President Al-Rahani, and President Harrell. I was also joined by CFA's Eric Paredes and CSUEU's Terry Wilson. All were powerful advocates, serving as the voices for their respective constituencies, and also champion the CSU's mission more broadly. But you should know that several legislators commented how pleased they were with a delegation that was acting together with a unified message. I am confident that our message is resonating. It is one of opportunity, of impact, social and economic mobility at scale, enriching the communities we serve, and of driving California's future economic and social prosperity. Our partners in Sacramento believe in the CSU. And more practically, I am confident they recognize that the funding outlined in the budget proposal is a prudent investment. Here's why. The CSU is prepared like never before to laser-focus state funding to advance strategic priorities that have been thoughtfully and collaboratively developed. With this funding, we will grow enrollment and expand access. We will provide our faculty and staff with much-deserved compensation increases and use the results of ongoing faculty and staff salary studies to correct deficiencies that are identified. We will take steps to address a massive backlog of critical facilities maintenance and infrastructure needs. And after the most comprehensive and collaborative planning period in the CSU's 66-year history, we will advance the performance objectives of CSU Forward, our first system-wide strategic plan in more than a decade, and by far our most robust. The plan was carefully developed with built-in success metrics and milestones that will allow us to measure our progress with precision and make adjustments as needed. We are ready to advance our strategic priorities with discipline and efficiency and with absolute transparency and accountability to all our stakeholders. Now, you must recognize that that is a prudent investment. Even more, it is the right investment at the right time for the CSU and its faculty, staff, and students, and for our state. CSU Forward is foundational to our work. It illuminates our path forward and will keep us on course. By now, you all should have memorized the 4 performance objectives, and I think we can all agree that they are worthy goals, impressive aspirations. But I recognize that until they are given life through action, they are only words on a page. So I want to use the rest of my remarks this afternoon to provide just a few examples illustrating how CSU Forward is being implemented since it was endorsed by this board in September. I'll begin with the first performance objective or goal, to become an even more powerful engine of economic and social mobility. Working in partnership with our AI Workforce Acceleration Board, we have developed and launched an AI micro-internship platform with opportunities for CSU students to engage in paid project-based AI internships. We've also established an AI-enabled research and innovation award in partnership with industry leaders, recognizing exceptional, responsible, and ethical use of AI across the system in conjunction with the annual CSU Student Research Competition. The Workforce Board's next quarterly meeting in Washington, D.C. will allow us to strengthen our leadership in this area and deepen our collaboration with AI industry and government leaders. We'll personally engage with policymakers, including Representative Abol-Nerti, who is leading an influential congressional voice in this space. We will also be advancing economic mobility by providing increased flexibility in our academic programming. Tomorrow, this board will be presented with 3 proposed new baccalaureate-type degrees. These new degrees include a Bachelor of Education, a Bachelor of Professional Studies, and a Bachelor of Applied Studies, all designed to align with targeted career goals, reduce time to completion, and offer streamlined access to economic and social mobility. Importantly, and as you will hear, they augment and do not replace existing programming. To help achieve CSU's Forward's second performance priority of sustainable affordability for our students and their families, and to increase access to the CSU, we are continuing to enhance our highly successful direct admissions programs. For example, in partnership with the Riverside County Office of Education, our strategic enrollment management team has provided more than 100 high school counselors and success coaches with CSU affordability and financial aid training to enhance and strengthen student and family guidance and remove barriers to enrollment. The Division of Academic Affairs is also exploring potential changes to Title V to treat credit earned at any CSU campus as residence credit toward a degree at any university in the system. This shows great promise to shorten time to degree by enhancing credit mobility. You will hear more about this in tomorrow's meeting of the Committee on Educational Policy. And our business and finance team continues its extraordinary work to identify and scale efficiencies, freeing up funding to be redistributed in support of our core academic mission. Just last month, the division celebrated the graduation of its first Lean Six Sigma Yellow Belt cohort. 28 employees completed the certification and applied the methodology to projects focusing on eliminating waste, improving workforce, and strengthening internal controls. And to illustrate how seemingly small steps can increase efficiency can quickly add up, a recent system-wide survey revealed that printer toner was being purchased from different distributors at different prices. The division ultimately awarded a system-wide contract to the distributor with the most competitive pricing, by the way, a veteran-owned business. This one seemingly simple efficiency takes on a whole new light when you learn that it is expected to yield annually savings and cost avoidance of more than $1.1 million. Well done, business and finance. CSU's Forward's third performance objective is to become the employer of choice in public higher education. Of course, fair and competitive compensation for our extraordinary faculty and staff is an essential goal. As you know, our CSU compensation philosophy is focused on total compensation that meets the holistic needs of our employees throughout their careers. It also ensures fair compensation through accurate and current peer benchmarking and a commitment to transparency and communication. To this end, we have launched faculty and staff salary studies, which we anticipate will be completed by June. And as I mentioned earlier, with the funding outlined in the governor's budget proposal, we will be able to provide all employees with compensation increases and use the results of the salary studies to address deficiencies that are identified. In another important step toward becoming an employer of choice, we have launched Work Vivo, which is Insight's employee engagement and measurement tool. The platform will allow us to analyze employee sentiment in real time, better understand workforce trends, and enable data-informed interventions, all to build and sustain a positive, engaged, and mission-centered workforce culture for the benefit and well-being of both our employees and the system as a whole. Also, to further this performance objective, our Office of General Counsel has launched OGC Forward Workgroup to modernize our collaboration and knowledge-sharing practices. Key to the project is the development of a centralized repository of legal guidance, templates, and training to ensure confidential system-wide access to vetted resources. This work supplements the ongoing training that OGC attorneys and specialists provide to campuses and the Chancellor's Office in areas such as civil rights compliance, employment matters, governance, and risk management. All of these efforts build leadership capacity, improve employee engagement, and contribute to retention by equipping campus partners with the tools necessary to navigate complex responsibilities with confidence. CSU's Forward's fourth performance objective is to grow our statewide impact. Of course, enhancing and coordinating our advocacy efforts is a critically important step in this regard, and our new CSU Voices advocacy platform continues to gain momentum and registrants. Using this powerful platform, we will provide messaging and other tools that the entire CSU community and our allies can use to advocate not only for the CSU budget needs, but also for federal funding to avoid or minimize cuts to the Pell Grant that could negatively impact more than 210,000 Cal State students, or to support the inclusion of CSU students, faculty, and staff in a proposed state bond to provide affordable housing. If you haven't already done so, visit CSU Voices at calstate.edu and sign up. And on the topic of advocacy, I should mention that it is not just our governmental relations teams who are leading the work. The Office of General Counsel has strengthened its partnerships with our state and federal relations department, ensuring that the CSU's voice is legally sound, strategic, and aligned across the system. We are also enhancing our leadership role in California's workforce development. In addition to our work to ensure the CSU academic programming, this is necessarily aligned with current and future workforce needs. Our Business and Finance Division has launched an initiative to amend system-wide vendor contracts to include provisions for paid internships and scholarships for our students. This will expand critical experiential learning opportunities and strengthen the CSU workforce pipeline. I provided just a top-line view of roughly a dozen examples of our initial steps to implement CSU Forward, and I am just scratching the surface. I could easily provide dozens more, but I am hopeful that this small but representative collection of examples has clarified and brought to life for you the goals, objectives, and the spirit of CSU Forward. I wholeheartedly believe that they demonstrate the promise, the power, and the potential of the nation's largest, most consequential four-year university system when it advances collaboratively agreed upon priorities, aligned in purpose, and coordinated in action, working to set a new standard in higher education and a new model for regional public universities nationwide. Chair Clark, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chancellor. We're making very good progress on our agenda. So what I would like to do is take a 5-minute break, and then we will come back for finance, and then we're going to move the Committee on Governmental Relations from tomorrow morning to this afternoon, and if they're very efficient, we'll also move the Joint Committee on Finance and Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds from tomorrow afternoon to this afternoon. No pressure on governmental relations. It is 3 minutes to 3. We'll be back at 5 minutes after 3.
Effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20+.
So now we'll move on to the business of our committees. Trustee Lopez, would you please convene the Committee on Finance?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Finance please come to order? We have a consent agenda in front of us with 3 items. Does any member of the committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve all 3 items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second, anybody?
Second.
Okay, do I need a roll call? Please call. Roll call.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes. Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Oh, you're so.
Yes.
Trustee Ghilarducci. Oh, Trustee Gilbert-Lori. Trustee Neshabat. Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We now turn to the discussion agenda. We have 3 items on today's agenda. We have a total of 60 minutes set aside for presentations and discussion. Item number 4 is an action item requesting approval of the lottery budget and a report. The item is going to be presented by Patrick Lenz, our interim executive vice chancellor and chief financial officer, and Jenny Kitchell, assistant vice chancellor, finance and budget administration.
Well, thank you, Trustee Lopez. The proposed lottery budget for the 2026-27 fiscal year is before the board today as an action item for consideration. A key objective of today's presentation is to ensure transparent, compliant, and effective management of lottery funds across the CSU. Each year, the CSU receives lottery funds from the state to supplement state-funded educational programs across the system. Strategic and accountable use of these funds is how we directly advance CSU Forward's commitment to student success and affordability. Today's presentation will cover 4 areas: the framework and restrictions on the use of the lottery funds, a report on the 24-25 actual lottery revenue and expenses, the proposed 26-27 lottery budget, and the multi-year plan to use the carry-forward lottery funds. I will now turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor Jenny Kitchell, who will provide the details.
Thank you, EVC Lenz. The California State Lottery Act and its guidelines were established in 1984. The Act permitted the use of lottery ticket revenue for public education purposes. Lottery funds can only be used to supplement state-funded educational programs, and the CSU has created guidelines to ensure that lottery funds are only used on allowable items. There are clear prohibitions on the use of lottery funds. For example, they cannot be used for acquiring property or constructing facilities, funding classroom instruction, or for other activities not directly related to an educational program such as athletics. With that framework in mind, let's turn to last year's lottery fund report. This slide shows how we performed against our 24-25 lottery budget, which is the most recent complete year. At the top, you'll see a beginning balance of nearly $112 million. That balance reflects deliberate planning as we've generally budgeted conservatively, and revenues have outpaced projections. In 24-25 alone, actual revenue was approximately $8 million higher than budgeted. In the middle of the slide are programs that have been regularly supported by lottery funds. The largest use of lottery funds supports campus local priorities. You'll also notice that in some cases, actual expenditures were lower than budgeted, while in others they were higher, which is typical. For example, the Dream Loan program required less funding than anticipated, as system-wide demand was lower than originally projected. Conversely, in some areas, expenditures exceeded the original budget. In those instances, campuses or the Chancellor's Office used prior year carryover funds to support the approved purposes. In total, the CSU spent approximately $3.5 million more on these programs than the $65 million originally budgeted. Near the bottom of the slide is the system-wide technology program, and I'd like to walk you through this in a bit more detail. In 24-25, $24 million was spent that was not included in the original budget. These funds mainly supported the Common Network Initiative, which refreshes hardware, software, and communications infrastructure at each university on a 5-year cycle. Historically, these costs were significantly lower and supported by our operating fund. But as costs have increased and operating fund resources have become more constrained, it was appropriate to strategically use available lottery carryover funds to support this critical investment. As you'll see shortly, we have a plan to continue this strategic approach. We ended 24-25 with a balance of $98 million, and we'll circle back to this in a moment. Now we'll turn to the proposed 26-27 lottery budget before you today. This slide presents the proposed 26-27 lottery budget for your consideration and action. For context, the 25-26 adopted budget is shown in the center column. I'll focus on the proposed amounts for 26-27 in the far right column. We'll start at the top of the slide and work our way down, highlighting key changes from the prior year. We estimate 26-27 lottery revenue at $74 million, based on historical trends and recent performance. We recommend directing that $4 million increase to the system-wide technology program, continuing to support the 5-year Common Network Initiative refresh across all universities. If needed, additional one-time carryover funds could supplement this effort. We also propose reallocating $43,000 from the Dream Loan program to administration, reflecting lower than anticipated demand, though one-time carryover funds remain available to augment if needed. Administration costs would remain at 1.2% of the proposed budget. In total, staff recommends approval of a $74 million lottery budget for 26-27. Next, I'll return to the carryover balance I mentioned earlier. As of June 30th, 2025, the CSU has accumulated approximately $98 million in one-time carryover funds. This table reflects the details of those funds and their designations. As you can see, the $98 million is split between the universities and the system, with some amounts already committed for specific purposes, while others remain available for strategic use. Circled, if you could click, please. Thank you. Circled is approximately $49 million of system-wide one-time funds that staff proposes to be used to supplement state-funded educational programs over the next 5 years. Let me walk you through that proposed plan. This slide outlines the proposed 5-year plan for the approximately $49 million in system-wide carryover funds. The plan focuses on 3 areas aligned with supplemental educational purposes. These areas are prioritized because they directly advance CSU forward and represent the greatest opportunity to strengthen educational outcomes across the system. First, technology infrastructure enhancements. This area would modernize the digital capabilities across the system to enhance educational delivery and efficiency. Second, innovation for educational programs. This supports cross-campus initiatives, student success efforts, internships, postgraduate opportunities, and emerging academic needs. Third, student completion and affordability. This includes summer financial aid, time to degree acceleration programs, and other emerging student support needs. To ensure fiscal sustainability, the plan maintains more than $8 million, or approximately 3 months of operations, in system reserves. Staff will continue reporting annually to the board on carryover balances and uses. With that, I'll return to EVC Lins for closing remarks.
Thank you, ABC Kitchell. Trustee Lopez, we hope this overview has provided clarity on both the proposed 26-27 lottery budget and our plan for carryover funds. This concludes our presentation, and the staff recommends approval of the proposed 26-27 lottery budget. We are available for any questions or concerns of the committee.
Thank both of you. Appreciate the clear presentation. Before we proceed to comments and questions, I need a preliminary motion to approve this item.
Moved.
Second.
Okay, so now, comments? Trustee E. Melikar?
I think Chris was Thank you so much, Trustee Lopez, and thank you so much for the report. It was very informative. So from a fiduciary standpoint, I just wanted a little bit more clarity around the allocation and the measurable impact of these funds. So my understanding is there's $98 million carryover, but then I heard that $49 million of that carryover was going to be deployed in the current fiscal years coming up. And so my question is, there's also some carryover that's going to be used as reserve. So in terms of the differentiation of that carryover of $98 million, what specific near-term student outcomes do we expect from those allocations?
Thank you for that question. So to clarify, the $98 million, a portion of that sits with the universities, and so $31 million of the 98 is at the universities. And then from that slide and also in the item, you can see how the universities have designated that for future uses. Within the system, we have $67 million, and we have allocated $8 million for reserves for economic uncertainty. So those are kind of the funds that are set aside, and we don't have a plan to spend those. They're there for emergency purposes. The $49 million is what we're proposing over 5 years for one-time investments in those 3 student-centered areas.
Thank you so much for that clarification. Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the report, and also for ensuring that these truly are supplemental funds to the base as the original plan years and years ago. My question is for both our multi-year plan or for our $49 million, as well as for the campuses, how do we ensure that folks, because I'm assuming we do hire individuals for certain things, that this truly is one-time money and not an ongoing cost?
Sure. I'll go ahead and start. Thank you for that. So at each of the universities, I mean, we have pretty solid structures in place for their budgeting and financial reporting processes to ensure that they are only budgeting for their base and managing their carryover funds in an appropriate way. We have our policy on balances, which is what requires campuses to set aside the reserves. And so campuses have robust processes in place to manage that and ensure that they're only doing ongoing costs within the capacity of their ongoing base budget. Sure.
Trustee Adamson?
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the report. This one is always confusing to me about what can be used and can't be used, but I got a couple questions. One, we will finish, according to this, the 24-25 lottery fund revenues at $69 million. And the forecast for next year is 64, and about a 7% reduction. Is there a reason why we forecast the reduction?
So you're correct. In 24-25, we brought in $8 million more than we had budgeted. So we basically felt comfortable in increasing that by $4 million for the 26-27 budget. As I mentioned in the report, we've been a little bit conservative with that base budget because, as you know, once we establish a base budget and base ongoing costs, as Trustee Steinhauser was alluding to, we want to make sure we can fund that over time. And lottery receipts can be volatile, so that's kind of why we've been conservative with that. So we are recommending only doing a $4 million increase.
Okay. One of the priorities that I'm not sure it fits, so I preference my comment. One of the priorities that this board has looked at that we continue to not be able to address is PACE and PACE programs. Are they excluded completely from this because they're educational programs? And is there a way to fashion something that will allow us to move funds into PACE to accelerate our commitment to PACE programs on our campuses?
Yeah, that would be a restriction with the lottery funds where, they are dedicated towards educational programs on the university. And there are some efforts underway to evaluate, and Vice Chancellor Gonzalez could probably speak to that, ways for us to break down some barriers and increase opportunities within PACE programs themselves to generate more funds. Sorry.
Sure, that would be great. Thanks.
We're finishing a review of PACE programs, sort of from top to bottom, history, context, etc. The models are sort of all over the place in a very good way. What you mentioned has come up actually at some visits, and I look forward to working with EVC Kitchell and EVC Lens on the appropriate use of lottery funds, because there are a number of line items within PACE programs that certainly might qualify for support.
Well, I appreciate that. I hope we can do that, because I think we would all love to see that program have some additional support for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Adamson, for highlighting PACE. As you know, it's one of my favorite. Why can't we do more programs?
You paid me for that, I remember.
Yes, I know. So I'm so glad you're staying for another couple of years. So, well, seeing no other oh, sorry, Jasmine. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And I quickly want to highlight that under the technology infrastructure enhancement priority, artificial intelligence investment is included in there as a priority. And we recently received an AI white paper from the California State Student Association that is included in our handouts binder. So I want to recommend that careful consideration is taken with the AI white paper in mind for any future investments in AI.
Trustee McGrory, understand you want to make a comment?
Yeah, just a quick question. I think it would be helpful. This lottery fund thing has always been a little fuzzy to me. I think it would be helpful to, on these 8 or so line items where the money is going, to get a follow-up report on what we're accomplishing with these. And some kind of metrics on the performance of these different programs. And the second thing I would say is, it seems like we started with a $111 million balance, and we ended 6/30/25 with a $98 million balance. I mean, that's a lot of carryover. Should we be looking at somehow spending some of that? I mean, we got an $8 million reserve, and we keep on having these large carryovers. I don't know what we should be doing with that.
Sorry about that. Trustee Mirgori, I think that's outlined in the multi-year carryover plan that ABC Kitchell noted, which is the 5-year plan, 49 million of that being allocated out to these three programs, again, over the next 5 years. So we are looking at a plan to spend that money in the out years.
Okay. All right.
Trustee Fajardo?
I just have a quick question. I want to know the context of how we got to the point of having the carryover balance. Was it a COVID thing? I just would like to ask additional context for that.
I think it's been several years, if not decades, of conservative budgeting. And, I think some of it is also intentional so that we can have opportunities for emerging needs and one-time situations that arise that fit within the appropriateness of lottery funds. Like we mentioned, the Common Network Initiative, it's a significant investment that was not base funded and is not fully base funded. Over time, we'd like to get it fully base funded when we have consistent revenues coming in to fund that activity. So,
Thank you.
Chair Clark?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is just really more of a point of order. I heard from Trustee Adamson and Trustee McGrory requests for a little more detail, metrics, I think the term was used. And this is one of those things during the time I'm in this chair. I really want to, Chancellor, if we can make a line item to put this back on the agenda with the answers to that next time. And I know the Office of the Board of Trustees is keeping a list of those things that trustees ask for more information on. And I'm hopeful that as we move forward, that's going to come to fruition. And I believe the Chancellor wanted to say something.
Madam Chair, I agree. I think we will have to take a good look at this, not only to answer some of the questions this year, but for next year. I'd like to see more, I agree with Trustee McGrory, seeing more metrics and outcomes. What do we get out of this lottery money? What is it that we are accomplishing so that it's a little clearer for all of us?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I was gonna follow up on that as well. I think Trustee McGrory request of looking at the whole program, not just by line items. I mean, there's some very good things in those line items: the summer program, some financial aid, the subscriptions, the digital subscriptions. Those are very good and very important aids. At the same time, I think, we need to look at that pot of money for our needs from now going forward and see, are there better uses of that money? I also want to just add, this has traditionally been a consent item. And we have, after last year, as you might recall, we pulled it off, we held it over, and this time we brought it back as an action and information, as an action item for this board, so that you all have eyes on this as well. Yeah, so thank you. Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser.
Yes.
Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, on to item 5. This is an information item on the CSU's quarterly investment report. This is going to be presented by EVC Patrick Lenz and Robert Eaton, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management.
Well, thank you, Trustee Lopez. This item presents the CSU's quarterly investment report for the quarter ended September 30th, 2025. Invest reports to the Board of Trustees are part of the broader objective of ensuring that CSU cash is invested prudently until such time as it is needed to meet system-wide and individual university objectives. Prudent investments of these resources demonstrates operational efficiency and supports sustainable affordability. During today's presentation, we will provide a summary of our investment performance as of September 30th, 2025. Also, in response to a request from Chair Clark at the November 2025 meeting of the board, we will provide information concerning the restrictions on the use of CSU cash and investments. Going forward, subject to any specific actions requested by the board, we will continue to manage and monitor investment performance, make adjustment to the portfolios as needed, and report regularly to the board. Let me turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor for Financing, Treasury, and Risk Management, Robert Eaton.
Thank you, Executive Vice Chancellor Lenz, and good afternoon, trustees. Let me begin our report with a reminder that CSU investments are comprised of the cash associated with various operating activities of the CSU, which includes our core educational activities, as well as enterprise activities such as student housing, parking, or continuing education. This is cash of the CSU only and does not include cash held by our auxiliaries. And as of September 30th, 2025, approximately $7.5 billion of cash was invested by the CSU in our 3 main investment portfolios, comprised of $2.7 billion in the liquidity portfolio, about $1.4 billion in the intermediate duration portfolio, and about $3.3 billion in the total return portfolio. The table also shows the investment performance and benchmark return for our three main portfolios for the 12 months ended September 30th of 2025. And as you see, our portfolios performed well over that 12-month period. But as I've shared with you in prior reports, our portfolios are designed to provide value over the long term. And from that perspective, our portfolios have also performed well. That longer-term data is in your printed agenda item, and they are well positioned to continue providing value into the future. So now I'd like to turn our attention to briefly addressing the restrictions on the use of CSU cash and investments. You may recall from the November 2025 Board of Trustees meeting, during the question and answer portion of the presentation of the CSU's annual investment report during the Committee on Finance, discussion took place concerning the amount of CSU cash and investments that could be considered discretionary versus the amount that is legally restricted by statute, contractually obligated, or designated for specific known expenditures. In response to that discussion, Chair Clark asked that staff return to the board and speak publicly with greater detail on what those restrictions and constraints are, and so I want to provide you with information responsive to Chair Clark's request. For purposes of addressing Chair Clark's request, I'm going to refer to figures from our most recent fiscal year end, June 30th, 2025. And starting from the $8 billion of CSU cash and investments as of June 30th, 2025, there are three main categories that comprise $7.2 billion worth of restrictions on the use of CSU cash. The first category is $2.9 billion that is legally restricted by statute for specific programs. For example, enterprise programs such as housing, parking, student unions, and the like. These enterprise programs generate their own cash resources separate from the annual state appropriation and the student tuition and fees received by the CSU to fund its core educational activities. Cash generated by these enterprise programs may only be spent in support of the enterprise program that has generated the cash and may not be used to pay CSU operating expenditures. The second category is $2.7 billion of bond proceeds or state funds provided to the CSU for capital projects. By statute or by State Budget Act, these funds are legally restricted for spending on approved construction projects. So for example, bond proceeds from the issuance of CSU system-wide revenue bonds may only be spent on capital projects for which the bonds have been issued. Now these first two categories combined total about $5.6 billion and leaves us with a remaining amount of about $2.4 billion, which is the same figure subject to some rounding as the CSU's operating fund. And Assistant Vice Chancellor Jenny Kitchell will discuss the CSU's operating fund in greater detail tomorrow during her presentation of the CSU's annual financial statements in the Committee on Audit. From this remaining amount, the third category of restrictions is approximately $1.6 billion designated to pay known expenditures. These expenditures can be driven by legally binding contractual obligations, such as debt service payments or contracts for goods and services, or they can be amounts that are designated for specific known expenditures based upon university priorities, such as funding deferred maintenance or setting aside funds for catastrophic events. Together, these three categories, the $2.9 billion for enterprise and other programs, the $2.7 billion for capital projects, and the $1.6 billion in designated balances, make up the approximately $7.2 billion of CSU cash and investments that are restricted, and gets us to, on an unrounded basis, the $760 million in CSU system-wide reserves for economic uncertainty, an amount that, if needed, would be available for one-time expenditures only. Ongoing expenditures must be covered by ongoing revenues, and the use of these reserves for anything other than one-time expenditures would only be sufficient to cover a little over 1 month's worth of operations at the CSU. And in addition, I also want to reiterate a point that Trustee Lopez made in the November meeting, that most of that $760 million, about $574 million, belongs to individual universities. So with that, let me turn the presentation back to Executive Vice Chancellor Lenz for closing remarks. Patrick.
Thank you, Assistant Vice Chancellor Eaton. I want to note that all the figures Assistant Vice Chancellor Eaton just shared with you on the prior slide can be found on the CSU's Financial Transparency Portal on the CSU's website, the link for which is shown here, along with a screenshot of the landing page for the portal. The portal has been available to the public for many years and is a wealth of CSU financial information and a great resource to assist anyone who may have questions about CSU's financial position, including historical data. Trustee Lopez, that concludes the presentation, and we are available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustee Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez, and thank you again for the informative report. I do have a question for you, AVC Eaton. Given what's going on around the world and the stress that's been going on, are there stress testing scenarios for economic downturns that you do on this these investments?
Yes, so when we create our investment return targets for the total return portfolio and we set the asset allocation, which is what percentage is going to be in debt, what percentage is going to be in equities and so forth, we base a lot of that on stress testing under various theoretical scenarios. We'll do Monte Carlo type of modeling. We'll run simulations over and over based on different events. So for example, shocks to the financial markets, think of like COVID or the Great Financial Crisis, we'll do that. Significant changes, increases or decreases in inflation, the value of the dollar, is it strong or weak? We'll run multiple scenarios and we'll test the assumptions in the asset allocation to see how it performs. Does it hit our return targets given our risk tolerance? And so that's what the portfolio has been designed to do. So it has taken these kinds of shocks before. COVID, the portfolio dropped by a significant amount, and yet it has recovered. And as you know, we've been able to distribute a lot of earnings back to the campuses. So in addition to setting the asset allocation based on that stress testing, staff as well as our financial advisor, we also continue to monitor that and evaluate under different stress scenarios. So at the present time, we're doing okay. Things are down a little bit, as you would imagine, but we're doing fine. Nothing compared to like last year's Liberation Day, so if you recall that. So.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Arambula.
This is incredibly clear, and I just want to say thank you. It has taken us a while to get to this level of clarity, and this is as clear as I've seen it. If I could take us back to slide 4, I just want to go through one more time because I think what's on there is so critical. We have roughly $8 billion in cash. 7.2 of that $8 billion, by statute, by law, not just because we want to, is restricted and unavailable to spend in a different way, even if we decided our priorities changed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that falls into those 3 buckets. It's either enterprise, so parking, dining, something where money has come in, must be spent on that, or it's because it's bond dollars for particular capital projects that are named, or because it's a designated balance for a short-term obligation where we already know what it's getting spent on, and so that money is sitting aside for a bill that's coming due.
Correct.
So that leaves us $760 million. Can you remind us of that $760 million, how much we as a board actually could, if we decided to tap?
Well, as the board, you ultimately have authority over that. But the point I think maybe you're going after is that about $574 million of that, it resides with our universities. This is how they have managed their financial position based on their local priorities, and those priorities can shift. They're constantly moving around like that. So if you wanted to tap the balance, that's what would be available to you. If you felt the need to go beyond that, then certainly you would have to engage with the university presidents about that remaining 574. But ultimately, you have that authority that resides with the Board of Trustees.
And that 760, if we decided to tap it, and if the reason you have a reserve is for when things go sideways, unexpected events. Right now, if things were to go sideways, how many days could we continue to operate based on those reserves?
32.
32 days.
That's right.
What is asked of us? What is the general standard to which we should be shooting for? Is it 32? Is it more? Is it less?
Our general guideline is 3 to 6 months. That's based on good practice out in the industry and other public entities as well.
And so I ask that because I'm worried that this number is too low. And yet it's always hard to put more into reserves, especially in times where we're making such tough choices. But this $760 million, which is a big number, but when you operate at the budget size that we do, is already incredibly low. And then the last question, we consistently hear from our amazing staff, our amazing faculty, that we could use this $8 billion. We've now seen that 7.2 of that truly is just unusable. So then they're talking about the 32 days, the 760. How much for every % increase for faculty and staff? What does that cost us?
$59 million.
$59 million. And so.
For 1%. Per 1%.
Per 1%. And I swear this is my last question, and then I'll let others get in. At some point, ABC Eaton, you said we cannot use reserves for ongoing costs. The 7.2 we truly cannot use. That is by statute, by rule. What you are saying when you say we cannot use is we would be incredibly fiscally irresponsible to dip into our 32 days of reserves to support ongoing costs. That we could technically do. It's just no person who runs an institution and is a strong financial steward would use one-time dollars to cover ongoing costs. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's correct. My point was based on what I would consider prudent financial management, a prudent balanced budget approach to running an operation. And if you did use it, in 32 days, you've got the same problem you started out with 32 days prior. You've not solved the problem.
That's right. And so I will, that's the end of my questions. I just want to say once again, thank you. This is incredibly clear. And I think we as a board need to do everything we can to find ways to appropriately compensate everyone who works here. And yet, making choices to do that by being fiscally irresponsible in ways that actually undermine the entire institution is only to the detriment of those same faculty, staff, and then eventually our students. And so I really appreciate this report and the clarity that it gives us in decision making.
Thanks. I have Trustee McGrory, Trustee Adamson, and Trustee Clark, and Trustee Fajardo.
I just want to commend Scott August and Robert for their leadership and the team that they have put together on our portfolio. I mean, the performance that we have achieved there, to see a 3-year annualized return on the total return portfolio of 14.65% is an amazing number. And we've got a great council that has been appointed to oversee this, and they do a great job along with Makita, who is our financial advisor. But the team is great. Scott leads it, and they've really done a great job with this total return portfolio and the liquidity portfolio at the same time. And I just want to reiterate what Trustee Arambula has said. We are significantly under in the rainy day fund under where we should be. And this is a really important number. Our reserves should be 3 times what they are now, just to get the minimum, of our policy. And when I hear people and the noise that we've got $8 billion to play with in the sandbox, that is just people who say that are just misleading the public. What we have is $760 million, and that is just way too low in terms of a rainy day fund. And it would be fiscally irresponsible to even do that. We should be increasing that rainy day fund. And the talk and the noise that I hear about rating that to do other things with it is what it is. It's irresponsible. And it's something the rating agencies look at. If you look at our blended interest rate on our debt at 2.5%, that is incredibly low for a blended interest rate. And that's only because we have been fiscally responsible, and we cannot commit acts which are going to be fiscally irresponsible that the rating agencies will see and lower our rating and then increase our interest rates. The board has done a good job with what we have, but to change this, to go in and raise these funds is financial suicide. Thank you.
Thanks, and let me thank you, Trustee McGrory, for chairing the investment committee. Thank you for that. Trustee Adamson?
Well, Trustee McGrory talked about some of what I was going to talk about, but a quick question. In the total return portfolio, the portfolio which is managed by the council, which we got statutory relief to do, we had been working towards moving more money into that fund, that we had some room to move more money. And as you can see, the returns have been much greater than the conservative returns of the state funds. Have we, over this last year, moved any, as a percentage of the fund, any more into that, Robert?
Yeah, we've actually been moving it over the last couple of years. If you may recall, we received some legislation that allowed us to increase the percentage of our investments that was in the total return portfolio from 35% up to 65%. So we've been approaching that. There's roughly about $300 million that we're holding right now because we're implementing a new investment strategy over the course of the next year. But other than that, we've been moving it up. And we want to keep a buffer. We don't want to go right up to the 65%. Our target is usually going to be about in the high 50s, because if there's a market movement in our favor, equities go up, we could bump up against that statutory limit. So we want to keep some cushion in there.
Well, I just wanted my colleagues to understand that we've been making moves in this area that actually, have been very beneficial for us in the way we manage this money. And as you can see, the returns are 3 times that of the other funds that are available to us. So it's to our advantage to be able to do that.
Trustee Clark, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to echo my colleagues. Thank you. This is clear. The only thing I would ask, and it's not that it's not clear, the last, $760 million that you, if you would create a chart and give it to us that actually breaks that down further the way you just explained, because a substantial portion of that money is already allocated to the campuses. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want this. I was sharing with my colleagues when I became a trustee. I was given a black notebook and a lick and a prayer, and I became a trustee. And if we're to be effective in these positions, we need to have this degree of clarity so that we can not only participate as knowledgeable people in these conversations, but we're all from different communities. We talk about the CSU in our communities. And if we can talk in a simple, educated way, it makes us more effective to be able to hold the CSU accountable in the way that we must do so. So this is just great. Thank you very much.
And just to clarify, do you want that as a follow-up presentation to the board, or you want like a chart handout that we'll just?
I think a chart at this point. I think you've made it crystal clear. It's just something we can hold.
We will do that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Fajardo.
Thank you for this presentation. And these are questions that we get, me and Trustee Guajardo get from students constantly, and this gives us a playbook and something to recite back to in order to work with those students and be able to create better understanding across the system. So I'm immensely appreciative of that. And it's very concerning to me that the 32 days, we can only last 32 days with the $760 million in reserves. And I think that is a very, very important thing to keep in mind moving forward. One thing I would like to ask, and I have a question about, is on top of the $760 million, is there any way to augment that amount for our operating costs if something bad were to happen with the restricted by statute dollars in any way, or is that completely restricted?
It is effectively completely restricted. The only reason those dollars are there is because the statute created those programs and those opportunities for those specific purposes.
Completely clear. I appreciate that, and thank you again.
Chancellor?
Just a very quick one. I know the presidents do this as well. As these charts become clearer, I know that they will share that with the campuses, because if we're all speaking from the same playbook, chief reminder officers, this is what we have, this is what we can do, and this is how much money we have. Because this way we're all saying it all around, even CSSA can get, everybody should have this chart that we can work with. So thank you very much, ABC Eaton. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I think we'll come back to this tomorrow when we look at the overall financial statement. So I think it's important to just connect the dots there. I just want to underscore two separate points, because they are separate points. One is the rainy day fund, those 32 days. If we ever needed it, that's how much, we would only be able to keep the doors open for 32 days. If the floor fell under for whatever reason, that's what that means. A different point, but an important point, is that we don't use reserve monies that are one-time monies for ongoing expenditures. And that's a separate point. You know, and I just want to make clear that that practice of using one-time dollars for ongoing expenditures has been the reason why so many institutions have gone under, because they got money out of COVID and they use those monies to run their operations, and now some of them have actually gone under or are in receivership or are in deep underwater because they use those one-time dollars for ongoing expenditures. So the thought of using any of this money to pay for the increases in ongoing salary just makes it's not just good fiduciary. It's good fiduciary practice for a reason, and I think you said it well. We would find ourselves back in the same problem or worse, because we would have increased our costs and have less money. And I just want to just be clear about that.
Okay.
You're over.
I completely agree. And so in me asking that question, I'm not advocating. It's instead to point out $7.2 billion, truly it's illegal for us to touch. $760 million we could touch. It would be incredibly imprudent of us to touch that. And in fact, doing so would lead us where we see so many K-12 districts right now who took those one-time COVID dollars and then use them on ongoing.
Our primary responsibility as a board is a fiduciary one. So that's why, you know, all the noise in the world is not going to change, I don't believe, this board's commitment to using those dollars as reserve dollars and not using those to do ongoing costs. That's just, I would say, I think I see a lot of nods, so thank you for agreeing with me on that. Okay, great. I think that was great. Thank you very much. The last item is, again, an information item. In January, we heard about the good news about the governor's budget. And at the time, we asked the staff to come back with a discussion of how the new budget would be incorporated into our board established priorities when we submitted that budget. So now let me turn it back to you, EVC Lenz, and Mark Martin, Assistant Vice Chancellor, Budget Planning and Advocacy.
Thank you, Trustee Lopez, and I also asked ABC Kitchell to join us, given her institutional knowledge on a number of these issues. This item continues the board's January discussion regarding CSU's 26-27 budget priorities. Today's presentation will outline the governor's January budget proposal and the CSU's budget priorities for 26-27. We will review revenue and expenditure assumptions and frame high-priority investments aligned with CSU Forward that will inform both the board discussion and our system-wide advocacy efforts for full funding in the final state budget. I will now turn the presentation over to Assistant Vice Chancellor for Budget and Planning and Advocacy, Mark Martin, who will provide the details. AVC Martin.
Thank you, EVC Lenz. To recap the 26-27 proposed CSU budget, based on the governor's January budget proposal, we have just over $710 million in total new revenue. This includes approximately $510 million in state general fund support through compact commitments and restoration, plus $201 million in tuition revenue. Against this, we have $597 million from the board-approved expenditure plan, covering our baseline commitments and essential budget priorities. This leaves us with $113 million after fully funding the budget priorities from September, which allows us to invest in key areas critical to supporting our mission and advancing CSU forward. As a reminder from our January discussion, the CSU has just over $323 million in baseline mandatory costs for 26-27. These are non-discretionary obligations and include health benefits, utilities, insurance, and previously negotiated compensation increases that must be funded before any new investments can be made. Also from our January discussion, beyond baseline commitments, we have $273 million in essential priorities. These include enrollment growth and related financial aid, a 3% compensation pool, debt service for facilities, and initial funding for CSU Forward. Together, our baseline commitments and essential priorities are fully funded, leaving the CSU with the $113 million opportunity we'll now turn to. So let's turn to those critical investment areas, starting with enrollment. The CSU expects to serve approximately 3,400 full-time equivalent students above our funded target this year, 25-26. That equates to roughly $38 million in enrollment without state support. The 26-27 proposal includes an additional 1% enrollment growth, another 3,500 students at a cost of $58 million. So we are already over target. While CSU is supporting student demand for access, we must be cautious regarding significant unfunded enrollment, and we are proposing to grow again. Each an additional 1% increase in enrollment costs approximately $58 million. Access is central to the CSU mission, but access without funding strains course availability, advising, student services, and facilities. The central question becomes, how do we sustain access and student success at this scale without associated funding? The second critical investment area is compensation. Over the past 4 years, the CSU has invested nearly $1.2 billion in employee salary and health benefit increases, with a significant portion funded directly by universities, reflecting CSU's commitment to our workforce even in constrained fiscal environments. Most recently, the CSU is utilizing a one-time general fund loan of $143.8 million to authorize a one-time 3% bonus pool for all employees, which is currently being bargained with our represented employees. A portion of those funds have already been distributed to non-represented employees. Looking ahead, the 26-27 budget plan proposes a 3% faculty and staff compensation pool totaling nearly $177 million. For context, each additional 1% increase represents approximately $59 million in ongoing costs. Finally, in alignment with the CSU compensation philosophy, the Chancellor has committed to completing a faculty and staff salary study in June that will inform our longer-term compensation strategy and support our path toward becoming a true employer of choice. The third investment area is data analytics and infrastructure. Today, the CSU relies on outdated data reporting systems that limit our ability to make timely, informed decisions across the system. To support CSU Forward and our broader strategic goals, we need to establish real-time data as a core part of how we operate. This means investing in a common set of technology tools with a governance process to ensure data is defined and used consistently across all campuses. It also means investing in our people through ongoing training and professional development for data teams system-wide, so that we have the capacity to act on the real-time information. This is foundational infrastructure. Without it, we will be challenged to deliver on strategic goals or demonstrate CSU's statewide impact. The fourth critical investment area is facilities and infrastructure. The CSU's deferred maintenance backlog now stands at $8.6 billion and continues to grow by $402 million annually. In addition, CSU currently has a $31 billion 5-year capital plan to address workforce state-of-the-art facilities. The CSU has not benefited from a statewide general obligation bond in 20 years and lacks the local debt service financing options available to K-12 and community colleges. The proposed $25 million in debt service in the 26-27 budget plan would only address approximately $300 million in deferred maintenance and new capital projects. Increasing that investment to $50 million would double that impact. Addressing facilities is not optional. Safe, modern, workforce-ready facilities are foundational to student success and California's economic impact. As a reminder, the budget plan the board adopted included $1.1 billion in one-time funding for deferred maintenance. The fifth and final investment area is CSU Forward, our system-wide strategic plan. As you know, this is an exciting and ambitious plan that advances our core mission of promoting social mobility and economic impact for our students, universities, and the state of California. The plan is organized around 4 pillars. As an economic mobility engine, we are focused on enhancing student success and ensuring Californians have access to an affordable, high-quality education. Sustainable affordability means securing the resources necessary to keep CSU accessible, including our commitment that students from families earning under $75,000 graduate debt-free. Employer of choice builds on the compensation investments we just discussed, creating a welcoming and competitive work environment for faculty and staff. And statewide impact means demonstrating CSU's role in meeting California's workforce and economic needs. The 26-27 budget plan includes an additional $5.6 million to begin advancing CSU forward. But fully realizing the plan's potential will require more sustained and significant investment. The $113 million opportunity we discussed today gives us a real chance to invest beyond that initial funding, and we are truly excited about what that means for our students, our employees, and the state of California. Future initiatives and associated costs will be brought to the board as they are developed. With that, I'll turn it back to EVC Lenz for key takeaways and closing remarks.
Thank you, AVC Martin. The governor's January budget proposal represents a deeply needed and genuinely welcome investment in the CSU, and we are grateful for the recognition and the support. But as we look ahead to the final state budget, this outcome is not guaranteed. State revenue assumptions remain uncertain, and the CSU funding will compete with many other priorities as the legislature works toward a final budget. This is why a strong advocacy by all our CSU stakeholders is essential to ensure the full amount is appropriated. And tomorrow, or maybe later today, during the Committee on Government Relations, you'll hear more detail about the advocacy efforts that are underway. The investments we discussed today in enrollment, compensation, facilities, and CSU Forward are critical to our mission, our students, and California's economic future. We urge you to carry that message forward as we advocate together for full funding. Trustee Lopez, this concludes the presentation, and again, we are available to answer any questions or address concerns.
Thank you. I just want to underscore 2 things because I can't say it enough. This is what was proposed. Thank you, Governor. It won't be real until June 30th. It will not happen. There won't be real money. It's just somebody's put it out there, but we don't have it until after June 30th, if we're lucky. And what more than lucky, that advocacy effort that is going on with all of everybody going to Sacramento, as was mentioned during the reports, that's incredibly helpful, really ups the ante and ups the odds that we might be successful, assuming that conditions don't change horribly. So that's where we are. Let me take comments or questions on this item. It really was meant to share with the board how the chancellor and her staff are thinking about the priorities. And what you see in them is that there are a lot of cost pressures. $113 million may seem like a lot of money, but in fact, if you fund I did the math, the enrollment growth we're about to admit more students than we're paid for, than we're getting funded for. If we add to our deferred maintenance, our current deferred maintenance proposal, the $25 million, doesn't even cover our depreciation. So we want to say, let's double it and at least try and stay a little bit ahead of that to $50 million so we can get that $600 million. If we did those two things and then we negotiate some sort of something in collective bargaining, 1%, say that we add a 1% in collective bargaining, just those three things total 122. So there are a lot of trade-offs and a lot of considerations in all of this, and they're thinking about it, want to share that with the board. I think we'll see how all this goes, and then we can come back and talk about where we are after the budget gets signed. With that, Chair Clark, this is the end of the Committee on Finance, or whatever I'm supposed to say.
You said it beautifully, as you always do. Thank you, Trustee Lopez. Trustee Rodriguez, would you please convene the Committee on Governmental Relations? And by the way, I just want, just as a point of order, General Counsel, we can move this meeting in this way, can't we?
Yes.
God bless you. All right, here we go. Trustee Rodriguez, it's yours.
Thank you, Chair. Before we begin the committee business, I want to just take a moment to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to Chancellor Garcia and the team for filing last Friday's lawsuit against the United States Department of Education Office of Civil Rights. That was a subject of so much discussion during public comment, and I wholeheartedly believe that this is an action that represents a strong and desperately needed stand for the CSU and our core values. So thank you so much, Chancellor, and to our CSU's Office of General Counsel. Really appreciate that. I also want to echo the thanks that our Chancellor gave. I want to thank the campuses and all of our stakeholders on your attendance of CSU Advocacy Day. What a wonderful sight it was to be in the Capitol swing space and just see all of the CSU constituency. It was just beautiful to be there. I attended as a trustee, but also as a CSU alum, so I was quite proud to be there to share the continued support and funding of our system is essential to ensure that we can serve our students, faculty, staff, and our alumni. To our system stakeholders, your voices make a difference. And when we speak collectively, our policies makers hear the profound impact the CSU has made across the state. So now on to business. Will the Committee on Governmental Relations please come to order? Today, the committee has 2 items on the consent agenda and 1 item on the discussion agenda, with a total of 30 minutes set aside for presentation and discussion for all items. As you know, we provide an update on tribal relations in NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance at each board meeting. For this board meeting, we have a prepared written report that is included in your agenda packet. Please review it and let us know if you have any questions whatsoever. It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Would any committee member wish to remove any of the items for separate discussion? Okay. May I have a motion to approve all the items listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. The committee has 1 item on today's discussion agenda. Item 3 is a state legislative update, and we have so many different opportunities for advocacy coming up, which will be shared with us today. This information item will be presented by Vice Chancellor Greg Sachs and Nathan Dietrich, our AVC of Advocacy and State Relations. And before we start, happy birthday to you, Nathan. It's his birthday today. Just wanted to share. Please begin, Vice Chancellor Sachs.
Thank you very much. And yeah, Nathan turned 20 today.
So thank you again, Trustee Rodriguez. And for this next item, as noted, Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich will be sharing an update on board-sponsored legislation, some emerging legislative themes, and an update on overall advocacy activities. Before I hand it off, I want to provide you a brief update on where we are in the legislative process. More than 1,800 bills have been introduced in January and February, which mark the beginning of the second year of the legislative session. These are in addition to the bills that were still eligible to move that were introduced just last year as part of the first year of the two-year session. The Advocacy and State Relations team is in the process of reviewing many of these bills, engaging their colleagues at our universities and the Chancellor's office to produce the initial report with a special attention on legislation that directly impacts the CSU. So Assistant Vice Chancellor Nathan Dietrich will now update us on the legislative session and share details on the recent and upcoming advocacy activities that are planned in Sacramento. Nathan.
Well, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez, and thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs. Good afternoon. I'd like to start by updating you on the sponsored legislation that was approved by the board at your January meeting. First, I am pleased to share with you that Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal of Long Beach has introduced AB 1858, our sponsored bill that would create a pilot program allowing community colleges and CSU universities to jointly confer a general education associate degree to former CSU students who have completed 60 or more units but who have stopped out. We believe that by giving students who have stopped out a recognized credential in the form of an associate's degree for their units earned at the CSU will help them with both their career prospects and encourage them to return to complete their degree. Other states have started this effort, and we're excited to bring it to California. Second, I am pleased to share with you that Senator Roger Neela of Sacramento has introduced SB 1374, our sponsored bill that will allow post-secondary institutions to seek restraining orders when a credible threat is made against the institution itself. As we've seen with recent current events, it is critical that each of our universities have the tools needed for early intervention and to better protect their campuses. Committee hearings for both bills will be held in the coming weeks. I'd like to thank the staff at Cal State Long Beach, San Diego State, and the Chancellor's Office who are working with ASR and our legislative partners on these bills. At the January board meeting, you also gave us approval to seek legislation that will allow the state of California to expand incentives for nursing graduates to work in areas of high need, just as the state has done for teachers and doctors. Our team engaged several legislative offices on the proposal, and because it is essentially a budget action, legislation has not been introduced at this time. With potential federal health care cuts coming, many offices are preparing to backfill existing programs and not create new ones. We will continue to work with a broad group of stakeholders to advance a variety of nursing solutions and incentives throughout the year. As the biggest barrier to growing nursing is the lack of clinical placements, we also eagerly await the Board of Registered Nurses' first annual report to the legislature on clinical placements and how they can be grown. As Vice Chancellor Sachs mentioned, more than 1,800 bills were introduced in January and February, and the bill introduction deadline was just February 20th, just 2.5 weeks ago. As he noted, our team is reviewing many of these bills, and I'd like to share with you some of the key themes that are emerging with the recently introduced legislation. First, the issue of expanding segmental authority. 6 bills have been introduced that expand community college bachelor degree authority. Some are narrowly tailored to a specific community college or a degree, while others have a wider perspective and could impact the entire state. On the other side of the coin, legislation has also been introduced to allow the CSU to offer unrestricted PhD and doctoral programs, including those that duplicate what the UC offers. With so many bills seeking to alter each segment's role, engaging our legislative partners and other stakeholders to discuss the wider issues at play and the consequences of these changes is critically important. Second, we've seen a variety of bills introduced that seek to support historically underrepresented students, specifically Native American, Hispanic, and API students, just as recent legislation was passed to support African American students. Much of this is in response to the actions of the federal government. With our diverse student body and commitment to serve all of California, these proposals have a heightened and important connection to the CSU. Third, We continue to see an increase in the number of bills that seek to modify or limit the Board of Trustees and Chancellor's Office's ability to manage the system, from executive compensation to labor practices to additional layers of transparency. Many of these bills could limit our ability to be nimble and support our workforce and students. The board's first legislative principle, which was adopted last January, is to, and I quote, continue its oversight of academic affairs and matters relating to the internal governance of the university, and we will not waver from that position. And finally, we've spoken about at each meeting, and momentum continues to build for at least one general obligation bond to be on the November ballot. Whether it's a bond for research, affordable housing, or higher education facilities, it is yet to be declared by state leaders how much bonding capacity the state has. We've made it a priority to ensure any bond taken to voters advances the success of the CSU. At last month's Advocacy Day, including the CSU, as well as student, staff, and faculty housing in the housing bond, was one of our main priorities. Before I move to the next slide, I want to take a moment and emphasize that the CSU's response and engagement on all of these bills is not only the work of ASR, but also of our vice chancellors, senior leaders, and subject matter experts, who are all working together in a unified manner as we work with legislators on the different bills. From legislative meetings to committee hearings, the leadership and expertise of the Chancellor's Office is being thoughtfully deployed. This is especially true with the intersegmental bills. I want to thank our partners in academic affairs and throughout the Chancellor's Office and our universities for their constant engagement. And when appropriate and needed, and it's happening often, as you heard from Chair Boyd earlier, we're also working with the Academic Senate, the California State Student Association, our labor partners, and other stakeholders to elevate the CSU's position on all these critical bills. At January's board meeting, I gave a very brief preview of our advocacy efforts this year. We discussed how the state budget, facilities funding, and raising the CSU's profile as a beacon of access and affordability are our priorities for this year, and that an integrated advocacy plan was developed over the fall with ASR, the Budget Office, Strategic Communications, our campuses, and as well as other Chancellor's Office units all involved. That plan is now being implemented and bearing fruit. On February 5th, ASR organized a briefing at the Capitol for staff to hear more about our facilities. We were joined by Paul Gannot, AVC of Planning, Design, and Construction, and officials at Cal State Long Beach, Cal State San Bernardino, and San Diego State. They discussed our immense deferred maintenance backlog, its impact on students, and the lack of consistent state funding. That briefing was followed by a half dozen meetings with key legislative offices, where we pushed for sustained capital funding, improved academic facilities, and affordable staff, student, and faculty housing. We are pleased that our message is being heard, as at last week's Senate Budget Committee hearing, 2 of the state senators proactively brought up the issue in their opening comments. We have also asked each university to hold an impact day over spring recess, where local, state, and federal offices can come to campus and see the pressing need for improved facilities, as well as the connection to student outcomes and the workforce. The timing of all of this is designed to align with both the state budget process and bond deliberations. And as suggested at the last board meeting, the Chancellor's Office communications team is also collecting visual images and developing a video for use throughout the year. We held our Advocacy Day on February 25th, and campuses had more than 80 meetings. And the Chancellor and her delegation met with Speaker Rivas and other legislators. And her delegation, as you heard earlier, were those from the Academic Senate, CSSA, alumni, campus, and labor leaders. AVC Patty Navalta and her team came up this year too, and they met with a number of reporters to share the CSU's priorities. AVC David Gamboa and Marianne Reyes of the Office of Strategic Engagement met with different statewide interest groups, which we are now calling CSU Champions. We will continue to work with these key partners throughout the year to advance our goals. As noted earlier too, Chancellor Garcia testified in February and March at the Assembly Budget and Senate Budget Committees. Hill Day is now Hill Week and will be April 14th through April 16th. And we're also planning for a Trustee Advocacy Day on May 13th, where legislative and budget priorities will be presented again to legislators shortly before the May revise is released. Chancellor's Office and campus leaders are also taking part in a series of public events to raise awareness of key issues and share the innovative work being done across the CSU. For example, on February 24th, AVC Nathan Evans and President Erica Beck of CSUN took part in a Chronicle of Higher Education webinar with community college partners and how we are working together to grow the nursing workforce. We made sure the Capitol staff was aware of it and invited them to attend. Next month, Chancellor Garcia will take part in a PPIC event in Sacramento with leaders of the UC and community college systems, where statewide policy priorities will be discussed. And our universities are also extending their work. Chico State had Assemblymember Heather Hadwick, a member of the Budget Committee, on campus to meet with ag students. Cal Poly San Luis Obispo came to Sacramento in January with 24 students from their main campus and the Maritime Academy as they took part in their Champions Tour. And as you heard in public comment, Sac State and the Chancellor's Office hosted a convening on API student success, which is attended by multiple legislators. As we and our campuses have done this work, we made a point to emphasize the innovative and strategic goals of the CSU Forward Strategic Plan and the new Student Success Framework, as well as our unparalleled economic impact across the state. We're communicating much of this to the wider CSU community via the CSU Voices platform, which allows us to call on students, staff, and alumni and friends, call them to action in Sacramento and Washington. And I can assure you that our collective and aligned work will continue throughout the next many months. Thank you. I'll now hand it back to Vice Chancellor Sachs.
Thank you very much, Nathan, for sharing these legislative issues and for the update on our work in Sacramento. As you can tell, it has been a very busy year and so far, and we have quite a ways to go, and we'll continue that work. This concludes our presentation. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Doesn't look, oh yes, Chancellor.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. I also want to thank the presidents because they are really working very hard and working with their legislators and having really great relations. Every time I call a legislator and I say, whichever campus, I don't want to pick one because you all get jealous, they'll say, oh yes, that president called me and we've been in touch. And so even during the good times, you are in touch with your legislators, and I just want to recognize you in front of the board. Thank you.
Chair Clark.
Just a comment. The breadth of our advocacy has greatly increased over the past 2 years. And I want to thank the Chancellor, the Chancellor's Council, the presidents, the members of the Board of Trustees around the dais. The Chancellor, you helped us mature. And the number of activities and the quality of activities is just very impressive. I just wanted to acknowledge that. This is really good.
Thank you, Chair. And I also want to thank my fellow trustees for, this is important to you. And for the past 2 years, we've been advocating. We've been up in Sacramento. Our legislature has been hearing from us too, which is crucial. So I just have a lot of appreciation. I know Trustee McGrory, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a couple things. Nathan, happy birthday. Quickly, the GO bond and Assemblymember Alvarez is really leading the charge on this. Is there somebody in the Senate that is going to be our champion, like Senator Glazer?
Currently we're working with Assemblymember Alvarez to determine final language for that bill, and then once we have agreed upon language, we're taking it to the Senate to have a member be our champion.
Do we have a number with him? How much? We
have not determined on a final number yet.
Okay. The second thing is there's a lot of action with the community colleges in this legislation. I know I'm getting banged up pretty bad that we're kind of behind the curve dealing with these community colleges and these BA degrees. Do we have? Is there some way, Chancellor, that we can get ahead of this thing? It seems like we're looking like the bad guys most of the time, and I don't think we are. But some of the examples they give me down in San Diego don't sound great. So I'm just curious: is there some forum that you are working with them on that can put us better place on this?
Trustee McGrory, I have been meeting with Sonia and also having conversations with Vice Chancellor Gonzalez, who has met with the community college group at their offices and with the people in charge of the bachelor's degree. I have to say, our president's gone above and beyond and working hard and making sure that they are trying to really address the needs of the students that don't have the bachelor's degrees. I mean, they're even looking at offering courses on their campuses. And I'm going to turn it, but if I remember correctly, Vice Chancellor Gonzalez, we have already approved about 80, is that correct? 80% of the degrees that they brought to us to approve, and we've approved them. It's the issue of duplication that we're looking into, and I'm going to turn it to Vice Chancellor Gonzalez, see if there's anything else that we can say about this.
Thank you very much for the question, Trustee and Chancellor. There's a lot going on. Since January, we've had in-person meetings with my counterpart in the community college system who's new in his role and have committed to things like 3 times a year in-person meetings, but identified a shared agenda on a number of issues. Some of those issues include high priority workforce needs areas, thinking about combining forces regarding online and their platform, et cetera, as well as addressing some of the current topics in legislation. We have approved over 80% of the programs that they put forth regarding program duplication. And one of the challenges is to think through, and we're currently finishing a survey of all of the campuses about all of the existing collaborations that are going on, which are many, 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 many in various forms with their community college partners, as the Chancellor referenced, teaching on their campuses and sharing different kinds of programming. More to come on that. I've met with my counterpart 4 times since January, with another meeting scheduled for next week as well, to keep the momentum moving. I think it's about relationships with that office, which we really have not had before in this form, and I want to thank my team and the SEMS team who are involved in all of these efforts, particularly pushing the transfer success forward.
Thank you.
I want to just pick up on this for 1 second and tie it back to the power of our advocacy when we could find a united message together. So it was so powerful to hear the example that was given, that we had you, the Chancellor, and team, that we had our ASCSU partners, that we had our CSSA partners, that we had our alumni partners together delivering one shared message. And the unions. I think that is so powerful when you are advocating to have a collective message together. As it relates to our community college partners, I'm very excited to see the sponsored legislation between Long Beach, CSU Long Beach, and Long Beach Community College. That's another example where we have found a creative solution that we can advocate for together. It does seem, as it relates to this question of duplicative bachelor's degrees, that we are just hitting up against a wall, and we can't advocate together because the law, I believe, is pretty clear. If it is duplicative, it should not happen. And we just have, of our 119 community college partners, they're not all adhering to that in ways that we agree with. And so I think it's important that we try and step back, find a collective, unified solution of what can we stand for together. But I think we need to do that in a way that, we still have a master plan. And if you begin to eat away at that master plan, gosh, you just might eat away at the whole thing. And so I'm very, I want to make sure that this is something we continue to fight, work very hard on. It sounds like we're doing that, and I very much appreciate the relationship building, which I think will hopefully get us to a joint solution. Oh, and one last thing, I promise. I'm so glad we have the Advocacy Day. I know we say this every year. The sooner we can know about that, the better. Just because, I know for many of us, our calendars fill up pretty quickly. And so once I saw May 13th, the very first thing I did was pull out my calendar and I cannot make it this year. I was able to be there last year, and I know a lot of us would love to be there to make sure that we're just putting our best foot forward.
Yeah, thank you. And we actually have already we just shared next year's date with the board office.
Thanks so much. Any other comments? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Trustee Lopez.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that I think that building the relationships that you're building, VC Gonzalez, is great. And I think that was much needed, and I think that will bear fruit very much over the long run. So I appreciate that. I also think you're coming at a time when they're going ahead and approving degrees, regardless of duplication. So both things are happening at the same time. And in addition to that, I think what Trustee McGrory is alluding to, and we all see this as well, or feel it sometimes, is the perception in the press and anybody talking to you or me about this issue is we're just being stubborn and we're just being, silly about this. Why can't we just let them, what's the problem? So it's not just a unified message that we can all sing together. There's no chorus on this, I don't think. But I do think we need to think very hard about why we have the position that we have that is beyond the master plan. The master plan, as I think Nathan started in his opening remarks, people are beginning to say, we've had revisions on that many, commissions and this and that about them. It's blurred. It doesn't really hold the power that it did. So we need to think really hard about how we feel about this and when and where. And all of the steps that you're taking, VC Gonzalez, are absolutely right, just understanding. But I would also do an analysis of what's failed in those degrees that they approved as a step. What went wrong on those degrees so that we understand where the conflict is, but also step back and say, why do we feel so strongly about this? I mean, I would like to articulate why it is that we have the position that we have in a coherent way that I can say it with real conviction. And right now, speaking just for myself, I don't have those words to offer.
Trustee Lopez, thanks so much, because I know a lot of us are in spaces where we happen, to run into our community college colleagues. I mean, I know I'm in numerous spaces where that's pretty much the perception, that we're just against it. But, we need to have that unified reason why.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just very quickly on that, one of the key elements of gaining greater understanding or helping others gain greater understanding is being able to think about this overall advocacy plan kind of across the board. Not only, of course, the work that ASR does, but also, of course, the communications team or strategic engagement and others to be able to make sure we're hitting and talking to all the different folks. So we actually have some of that information, and we'll make sure to share it with our board. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to add, Trustee Lopez, so noted, but we are looking, we're both smiling, Vice Chancellor Gonzalez and I, because we are looking at the data, and we're looking at the success rates, and we're looking at what's happening to the students. So we're on it, but we're not ready yet, and I know that Vice Chancellor Gonzalez is leading that charge.
Thank you, Chancellor. Appreciate it. Anything else? Any other? Wonderful. With that, Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee of Government Relations.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Adamson, we're going to make use of our time today. Will you please convene the Joint Committee on Finance, Campus Planning, Buildings and Grounds?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the joint meeting of the Committees of Finance and Capital Planning, Buildings and Grounds please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? May I have a motion to approve all items listed in the consent agenda? Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, Ms. Correll, will you please take a roll call vote?
Trustee Lopez.
Yes.
Trustee McGrory.
Yes.
Trustee Adamson.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Trustee Steinhauser. Trustee Melikar.
Yes.
Trustee Arambula.
Yes.
Trustee Fajardo.
Yes.
Chair Clark.
Yes.
Chancellor Garcia.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Before I conclude, I just want to extend to Executive Vice Chancellor Lentz and his staff, Paul Gano, also to President Delatorre and her facilities staff. This is a project that we placed a great deal of scrutiny on with regard to costs, and I know that as a result of that, they were able to reduce a substantial amount of cost to this project and bring it down to a level, still a high level, but a reasonable level in our world. And I want to thank you and all your staff for the hard work they did to satisfy a couple of us on this committee that had questions about the cost. So thank you very much. Chair Clark, with that concludes the joint committees on this project. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Adamson, and thank you for those very, very good remarks. I echo your sentiments. And ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:35. We got a head start on tomorrow. That concludes today's business. The board will reconvene tomorrow morning promptly at 9 a.m. in the Dumpke. Please have a great evening.
Plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state. A recent report, Moving California Forward, quantifies the magnitude of the CSU's economic impact. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. For students, the CSU's accessible path to affordable higher education gives them a life-changing opportunity to transform their lives. More than half of the spring 2023 graduating class finished debt-free, equipped to elevate their earnings and contribute to the local economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU awards nearly half of all bachelor's degrees in California, and the majority of these alumni remain in the state, energizing California's workforce. Spending by alumni of their incremental earnings, $97.8 billion in 2024, create a stimulating ripple effect across industries and communities. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU is a sound investment. It returns $7.69 in statewide industry activity for every dollar the state gives it. In addition, the CSU generates billions of dollars in economic activity and tax revenue every year throughout California. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The CSU supports hundreds of thousands of jobs statewide. It also provides the majority of the workforce in high-demand fields such as agriculture and health. The CSU's large network of applied research bridges campuses and communities, creating pipelines of talent and solutions. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. With 20-plus universities, more than 4 million alumni, and 4,000-plus degree programs, the California State University is a powerful economic force in the state.